too late, I would say.
Yeah.
It's actually a bit too late because Astra Academy, even if with their players, this is what I would say actually comes up with 1952 as well. You talked about it, right?
Yeah.
All 4 players actually take up the fight. It's not like one man show at that moment.
Also, a couple of seconds ago, would like to focus on that fierce change of plans from where one moment he's like trying to get away, and then next he's like, all right, I'll just try and slam into you. But this amazing performance, 1v4 by Leon from the side of Skylightz Gaming. And as I mentioned, it felt like the players were just running into his crosshairs.
I mean, yeah, and those 2 windows and the wall around that became a perfect cover for that lad. He could shoot from one window, just move into the cover for the other one, then could move again. So these things were really, really good if you talk about it. But this one, well, high voltage didn't go down, and INV. Oh my god, those 2 players just trying to survive. We talked about it, right? But at the end, it was not a happy story.
Like just trying to cover a war that was going on. Yeah. This was impressive. I mean, it was a high-pressure situation for the man to deal with, but since he was actually exposed, right, he was burned alive, extra crispy in that shack. Sancher, I expected an emote in the end because we've seen a lot of players do that when they know they're about to just go out.
Maybe he was almost going to do that, but the thing is, you know, the HP was slow. He was like, should I do, should I not?
Well. GG play indeed coming in from so many of these teams, and just wonderful, phenomenal performances. But eventually, as we bring that conversation down towards the damage histograph itself, that is where we shall see how the entire lobby were faced with this aggression.
This is nice. Think about it, a lot of damage. Even from the starting, a lot of damage has been dished out. INV, 1 kill, 828 damage. Just think about it. Well, 7C was the only team that did not get any kill point, but still they are there with 212 damage. Every team was ready for the fight, and this is because of the circle, you know. First circle, second circle, you can have your entries inside the zone. Then obviously the fights have to come in, and it was not a lot of a house fight in Miramar as compared to, you know, we talk about the ridges that were in the action. So if a player goes down, he gets that cover of the ridge, gets revived, might be peeking up again, I don't know, but again going down.
So trades always happen in this map unless you are fighting extreme close range like Astra and DE situations like that. Then you are going to have an instantaneous squad wipe. Otherwise, you are always going to get traded out.
Absolutely, but really wonderful turnovers because the damage was there, but along with that, a lot of kills were shared from these teams. So that is going to affect the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking. And taking a look on that, it is Astra Academy just dominating and moving on along, as Johnny mentioned, creating that ladder and then climbing it that much more.
Well, 200 plus points for them. 5th chicken dinner coming up from this team. That's nice. DRS is here. DE is in the top 3 right now. Zeus, well, what they lost in the previous games in terms of the placements, they are gaining that up again. And this might just be one more thing, I don't know. By the end of today, they might just try to go in the top 3 once again, because that has been the thing. But tomorrow, they'll have to be on the tier scores 142, 134. But above them is 166 and 209.
See, with 2 matches to go, that's the thing. With 2 matches to go, DEADEYES guys can definitely take the 2nd position away from DRS Gaming. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be one thing. APES is in, like, they were at the 6th. They went down. They were at the 9th in the previous game. Now they're at it. So it is one thing, but if you talk about it, you know, DE is creating their own space to play around, their own breathing space to just, you know, have a really good game, I believe.
The entire day, right? I mean, the day started off with DEADEYES guys getting that chicken dinner. The second game was they placed 3rd. So eventually, again, the points are being shared across the lobby. But move on to the 2nd page. Now, this is where we do need to see a lot of effort being put in from these teams now.
Yeah, and they are putting in the effort. I mean, from closing in the gap to teams just going up and down again within the top 8. That is still a really good performance being put to display by the teams in the 2nd page of the standing. Lady Esports, High Voltage making up the climb. 7C Esports, they are slowly and steadily getting there. But then again, we have to talk about the teams at the top. Now, again, we did mention DEADEYES guys and how wonderful they are doing. They are right on the toes of DRS, just almost able to hold them and just make the push to the 2nd position. But I'm pretty sure they were aiming for the trophy.
They most certainly are going to be. There's nothing separating them apart from just getting those kills and just dominating along with that. It is just wonderful turn of wins where we were just talking about DEADEYES guys. We have an interview lined up with Hungrybox, who's going to be joining us any moment right now. Perfect play, dude. Absolutely incredible turnover wins for you guys. And you have
I cannot hear you guys. Hello.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on.
How about now? Can you hear us now?
Hello, mic check.
Come on.
Right, so we're having a little bit of a technical issue over there when it comes to the conversation that we wanted to have with the Hungry Box. It is not taking place as of now, but I'm sure that will be fixed. But eventually, again, talking about the questions themselves, what do you guys want to bring up when it comes to Deadeyes, guys?
I would personally want to ask him one question. That's going to be, how is he feeling the competition with the teams, the new teams that are coming up in this one? Because obviously Astra Academy, like, they might have had their blueprint for Zeus. What about Astra Academy? That thing, because above them is DRS that they know and Astra Academy.
Exactly. I mean, that is a really good question. I honestly would love to know the answer to that as well, because again, Astra Academy, the way they've dominated in this lobby, they're sitting at 209 points right now. With 5 chicken dinners, what is it going to take from the entire lobby to stop that domination and move it on along from the other teams? Again, only time can answer that, but that is the critical thing. There aren't many games remaining.
I just had one question. I wanted to know the mindset of the teams, Deadeyes in particular, because as I mentioned, always you want to look for the trophy, but since the difference is that big, will they be willing to make that extra push, risking everything that they have right now? Because you will have to definitely make some changes to go there.
I do believe. Let's just let him play, because I think our questions will be answered in that manner in the game itself.
Exactly. I mean, that is all that it will move on down towards, because eventually that is just phenomenal turn of events for this team of Deadeyes, guys.
Yeah, truly. And talking about Hungry Box, right? 22 kills, 1.47 KPM. That's brilliant right now. And that just, calls for one thing, and that is this person's experience that comes up with the competition. On top, well, we know if it's Miramar, you and I, we just devise if it's Miramar, if this guy gets a high ground, he likes to get those skill points for himself. Shifu and Suyok. Now, Shifu comes up with brilliant strategies, brilliant mindsets for himself. And Suyok, well, he is something that people will remember in the upcoming times, is because his gameplay, his game style, he just changes it, be it throwables, be it utilities, amazing.
A pillar for the team.
Exactly. He's a young gunslinger. He still has a long way to go, and this man is going to look deadly in the future.
Well, with that, as we move the conversation on forth, we've got 3 more games remaining, and right now, as we get busy with game number 4 for the day, it is going to be taking place on Erangel. So, Ocean, as well as Super Johnny.
Yeah.
What do you think this game is going to go down towards?
See, there's this one team that was doing really well yesterday, but today we are seeing sort of a drop-off from them. I'm talking about 1952. I want them to perform again in this game, because now the race for the top 2, no, even the first position is looking really interesting, and I want it to be even more intense. 1952 is there.
You talk about 1952, I'm gonna go with 1952 and DRS, because hey, if Astra Academy does it, DRS likes that challenge. They in just the next game, they love that challenge. So I would love to see what DRS does, and again, where the circle will shift and take place this time, because last Erangel we saw standard circle, the Pochinki backside, the palm backside circle, that kind of a standard circle. So in those kind of zones, these teams might take fight, but DE had the first chicken dinner.
Exactly, that is also a thing.
Yes, oh yes, indeed. This is
but we cannot rule out Zeus. I mean,
there's a lot. Every team is so awesome.
It is a fair conversation to be had, because every team is showcasing that perfect play that is required from them, and eventually, as the points move on along, as the overall standings and the storyboard, as I like to call it, it is looking dominating. But the games, we've got 3 games today, 6 games tomorrow, so in total 9 games is what these lads are looking forward towards. But like you just mentioned, it is going to be a tough climb. With that, well, let's move on. Let's get busy with this game. It is time to move on to the duo. That is going to be the Panda Bros. That's going to be taking you through this game.
Thank you so much. And yes, we all love them, but there is going to be just that one team going to be winning it all, Necro. And I mean, yeah, in times like this, you've of course got to spot that mask, aren't you? But now, we've been talking about Erangel, and if we're talking about Erangel, you can never rule out DRS, who apparently have been taking a slump down there in terms of overall standings. Now, Necro, how do you believe that can DRS pull off a comeback in this one?
They definitely can. They definitely can pull off a comeback without a doubt. I mean, we have seen them, play in the past as well, and I don't really need to, explain much more on that, because they've always been in that top 3. Things are looking pretty good for them, but since the start of the day, they had 154 points in their bag and only moved up to 166. That's not a lot of move up, from their side.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, in the maps of Erangel, we've always seen DRS constantly dominating up until the point they had to meet their makers. That's going to be Astra Academy that are giving them a chase for their money out there, and quite literally as well, considering how well they are now settled up. Now, DEADEYES is, of course, one of those teams that is making those climbs, that is taking those steps, and it's just about some 20 points that they are having a deficit of, and one good game might just cover that up as well. So you've got to see if DRS performs really well. But now, you know, we did witness Miramar, of course. We did see the Mongolian domination coming out there, and Godless, I think he's in some hot form right now, considering how he went absolute ham on, you know, APES over there.
Exactly, he did. I mean, he almost wiped them out, you know. One last man was alive in the back lines there. But unfortunately, Godless got burnt down to a crisp inside that shack. He couldn't really move out. If he did, Astra was just going to shred him from all the different angles. But here we have the plane flat path in front of our screens. It's going to be starting from Mills of Power all the way towards shooting range.
Wow, quite an interesting flight path trajectory, I must say. And I want to see every other circle apart from Gatka. Not anymore. I'm kind of done with Gatka. If we get a Stalwart, yes, I'll be really elated. But right now, you know, considering how teams are dropping, I want to see as to where Zeus goes down this time. I mean, it's directly crossing over shelter area, and we've seen Zeus loves that area, but now we do know they're more comfortable around those containers and the western Georgia Paul City. So that definitely is going to be a question. However, we've not seen those eastern circles a lot lately, right? I'm talking about Milta Power, Milta, the factory, everything. So that circle might also be a change in taste.
Exactly. That could definitely be, you know, some kind of like off circle that we really haven't seen, that just brings the variety in the game as well, kind of brings the spice in as well, because the teams are usually not ready for it. And when you're just thrown into it, it's like, oh, what is the strategy that we have been planning for this? Oh, this is the kind of rotation we need to do. It's just like a lot of pressure on the IGL out of nowhere. And things like these, man, it do kind of, you know, bring the spice in the game. And we do like to see that. And before, you did see me, you know, kind of take off the mask there. Things are getting pretty heated up outside as well, you know. You gotta take care of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, yes, 100%. Though I did get vaccinated, and I would urge everyone to do so. And of course, keep your masks on and of course, get sanitized. That's so easy. But right now, you know, getting back to the game, taking a look at the circle. We've gotten that northeastern side circle somewhere around Yasnaya, but we do know the storylines here, right? It never ends over there. It always sort of sets apart from it. In the last few moments, it kind of tends to go towards those northeastern area. And I've got to see if, you know, DRS, it's the game that we're looking for. And that, I think, this might just be the perfect chance to come back in with that chicken. I mean, they have to go big, though.
They have to go big. And look at near the school area as well. SD there in the previous game, he was the last man alive, but now it seems like he is going to be the first one to go down. No, actually, Jimmy was the first one to go down there in the backlines. Bait trying to hold this off for how long? Somewhere down the line, the enemy team will breach in, and you just cannot do about it anything. Like, you just cannot do anything about it. Especially when you're the only man kind of holding this off, and yes, he goes down. 7C finally breaches in successfully.
Yeah, indeed, they do. And now SDGaming, well, they did think that they might wanted to go a little bit on that aggressive side, but I think they've just been caught off guard multiple times. Now, this is what we've been talking about. T2K going up against Astra Academy, and already we've seen some casualties happening on Astra Academy's department, as we do see one of those players already being taken out. And now the miseries of Astra Academy will definitely continue, but they will have to somehow go along with just 3 players. Now, taking a look at how the circle has really panned out, we see that even shift coming in. And now you were talking about the rice fields. I think it is definitely a possibility.
It Definitely is. Even the airdrop, you know, right on top of that roof there. There was one team pretty close to it. DRS being the one, they can actually steal it away from LIT. But hold on, look at this. So many max being unloaded. Just a rain of bullets on these lads that are trying to make the rotation in the circle. It seems like this time 7C is not going to let that happen. Zeus trying to slip away from their vision, but Godless proning right in the open.
Yeah, he doesn't care, does he? He knows he spots one, he takes him down. And right now, I mean, considering the position that 7C are holding for themselves, they might want to relocate and find a better compound, you know, find a better position inside the circle. And Fear, I mean, he is a man that has no fear, considering, you know, getting off from your vehicle, going for a buggy in front of Godless. You really are one brave person. But now you've got Astra Academy making that rotation, and what I'm really worried about is the fact that, you know, you've got Stalwart coming in, T2K still holding on over there. They know they can get all those kills that they needed, those essential points, but you know, that sort of is delaying their rotation inside the circle. In the meanwhile, we've seen the center sort of being occupied by a lot of teams, but the eastern areas, they're quite open.
They are pretty open there. But now, I mean, overall, you know, just the edges of the circle, I feel like there's a lot of opening space left there. Teams can go and try and camp them out and even try and, you know, at least like a temporary house for themselves. Because getting in the center is going to be a tough task, man. Take a look at that. It's just so crowded. It's like a rainbow.
Indeed, you know, so many splash of colors out there. Now Skylightz Gaming, they're also getting themselves inside the zone, and they have been having nothing but a nightmare today, considering how they've been performing so far, you know, messing up on multiple occasions. I think it's the nerves trembling right now, and this is quite extraordinary because, you know, this is one of those teams that has the maximum amount of experience in this lobby, and despite that fact, you know, they're shaking, they're nervous, and it is even adding up to their misery there.
It definitely is. Airdrop 2 coming down. It's going to be Groza again. Even the first one was Groza. Second one also Groza. Seems like this game was just a complete slaughter at this time. They want teams to shred each other down. And here we have Killer YT kind of taking suppressive shots on the lad of INV, even though he knows he's not going to be able to find a knock.
No, I really like how PN Crew rotate from Severny. This is one of those circles that they can get a lot of output from. But look at 1952 dropping all the way from Fairpier, just going up on towards the northern side. Or did they go towards you know, Zaki this time? That's a bigger question. I believe it might be Zaki. But either ways, you know, you've got Killer. He's got that bridge as a cover for himself. He knows for a fact that even if he gets knocked out, there's someone gonna come in and get the rest back. But Killer getting spotted. He's gonna take some damage out from that one. Will have his helmet damaged a bit, but apart from that, he's still alive.
Still alive and good looking and cooking. Here we have the another circle, which will be here in front of our eyes right in a moment, and there we go. A drastic shift, and it's definitely not in the rice fields of yes now, without a doubt. But here we have kind of Zeus separating out, man. Godless all by himself. Well, I mean, that's kind of a questionable move, and here we have LIT taking those long-range engagements. More kind of like a suppressive shots, you know, just kind of to scare those team away who are trying to make the rotation.
And just to, you know, kind of fend them off from their territory. That's what I think the intention was on taking those shots. And had they got a knock, I mean,
McLaren?
Why not? You're definitely not supposed to drive your McLaren through those you know, little bit
like,
openings. You know, you've got to respect the luxury of that vehicle. I mean, we do know it does carry that punch, but you got to maintain it, man. But either ways, Zeus, they've got a really, really commanding spot right now. They've got that perfect, you know, ridge to play around with. We did see that curveball setting in, and Zeus, they've sort of, you know, isolated their players. You've got Xiol playing from a completely different angle. Now, if Team Apes just come charging in on towards him, that might just be, you know, trouble calling on his doors.
Exactly, that might be just trouble knocking on his doors. Here we have the circle, though. I mean, look, I feel like a lot of teams are scattered, but initially a team like Zeus is scattered themselves. I mean, they're separating each other out, and Godless is kind of separated out from Zeol and Icy there. They have split themselves in 2 and 2.
Yeah, a 2-2 split is what Zeus love to go for, but in circles like this, when you're just holding the center, might be a bit dicey. Oh, Shifu! No. He barely, you know, had he just held on for, you know, just a minuscule of a second over there, could have actually gotten that knock. But you know, that being said, I think he might want to reposition because he knows, you know, once more you're peeking, he's not going to repeat that same mistake.
Oh.
But in the meanwhile, I'm really liking what Deadeyes are putting on the table, and I really wanted to hear Hungry Box, but you know, technology, man, sometimes it does wonders, sometimes it just makes a mockery out of us.
It does, it does. I mean, that's just how it goes, doesn't it? Sometimes things do be kind of like that. But then here we have TDK next to the lads of 7C. It seems like each and every single team has found themselves a home and a spot which they can actually camp upon, so which is good. But on the other hand, we still see, you know, some players of PN Crew out the zone, making it inside, and this is where they might just get spotted because they are in the vehicles, and that just might make a lot of sound.
Yeah, but I believe, you know, they've gotten that cover for themselves that they needed. But Deadeyes, this is the perfect zone for themselves. Now, if they can deal with Zeus, I think they've got nothing worrying about. I mean, we can see another chicken coming in from the lads over here. But Stalwart, I mean, Crypto, you've got to give it to this man. But having already lost out on Udzim, and wow, what a shift. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? Deadeyes, Zeus completely controlling how the circle has panned out. And even INV have their fair share in the circle.
Exactly. This is a massive circle shift on the favor of Zeus mainly. I mean, Deadeyes do have a compound for themselves unless the next circle shift is on them. The odds are pretty much no. I would say the circle would probably shift on the lads of Zeus. But hey, it's the game of PUBG. The circle randomness do kick in sometimes. But here we have the lads kind of making the rotation, Stalwart Esport as well, PN Crew getting in their vehicles. Each and every single team that is out the circle is in their vehicles. Now we have 7C ramming their vehicles straight in the compound of Zeus, and they want to contest it. They want to take it down. But it's not going to be that easy. It's Zeus that you're trying to challenge.
I really love how they have got those covers from above.
Yeah.
You know, that's the best part about Zeus. They've positioned their players really well, and already True Love being taken down. Now 7C is under heavy fire. How are they going to survive it? And that gives enough time for the players of Zeus to retreat from over there. But look what we have in front of us. Skylightz Gaming going up against 1952. Magnet already being taken down, followed by Entry. Now this is trouble in paradise for 1952. A C minor might just make a mistake of his life, but Tawfiq from the backlines is doing so much. Now this is the kind of a respite that they needed in this fight.
Exactly. Skylightz Gaming, though, I feel like in these entire tournaments, Skylightz Gaming has like set themselves up in those like real shine moments, but then they just screw it up. I don't know why. All of a sudden, they just screw those kind of moments up, and this is exactly what is happening. But okay, tables are flipping in the favor of Skylightz Gaming. 1952 crumbling down, one last man alive from their squad, and it seems like Tawfiq this time isn't interested in fighting anymore. Going to be backing off with that buggy. He did get spotted out, so Skylightz Gaming should be chill for now.
Finally, I mean, Scarlet getting some kills for themselves now. That's a good news. But at the same time, I really like how, you know, they are stepping up from their fears, you know, kind of going in. But this is bad news for Stalwart. Crypto already being taken down. Now he's the man in form. You need to protect him. You need to commit if you have to, you know, to try and get him alive. At the same time, Connect, is he going to let that happen though?
Probably won't. Stalwart Esports out in the open, stuck there. While we have Hustler kind of pinning down Blade. His crosser was ready right on the driver's seat, and as soon as he got in, Blade just got shut down instantly. Hustler, now he does know the man is knocked out. There's no way the rise will be happening, so that's pretty much a confirmed kill for him. And Vine getting caught off guard in the open there, and Stalwart Esports did an incredible job executing that fight.
I mean, right now we did see Blade did have that level 3 helmet, but that did not save him from getting knocked out. But one good news for Stalwart is that Crypto is back on his toes, but can he do something out from around here? Johnny and Crypto in a very precarious spot, right out in the open from the backlines. We do see Ken DD also applying that extra bit of pressure, and Crypto already going down. This just leaves Johnny alive, but how much is one man going to do against the Mongolians over here, who are looking so determined to get that squad wipe? And indeed they have. But Astra Academy, they also have to deal with their own fears over here, as they've got some players knocked out. But look at the circle shift directly towards the eastern side. Now this is going to be favoring the lads from DRS. This is where they can actually get a chicken dinner and get back in.
DRS and 7C are in luck currently. They are definitely in luck because this is the most like drastic circle shift I've ever seen. And then the teams that are on the edges do just get the advantage out of nowhere, and the teams that are in the center, they're just left out, and it's kind of a sad story for them. Hey, don't shoot at them, McLaren. Come on.
Give respect to the big car is what you say, and well, they have dealt with 952, and well, the Bangladeshi teams over here has to take an early exit, and I'm pretty sure that they had not anticipated this one, but they have got to live with it. But DEADEYES and DRS right beside each other. You've got PMPL right, behind them, and there's another team, Astra Academy. But we are seeing a lot of kills being taken here and there as Killer has been taken down. He needs that rest back on. But look at Skylightz Gaming. Now they know who their next target is. It's the boys from INV.
It's the boys from INV. Skylightz Gaming. Joker went down there. INV doing a good job keeping them on their toes for now. And INV, they are ready with the car to make the rotation any time now. One man already left up, but look at Chari's position. Still anonymous. He hasn't been spotted. A quiet move right next to him. But Chari for now is being pretty quiet.
Yeah, he's really looking quiet. But look at T2K. They are bringing the fight right on the face of the players of Zeus, and Godless and Zyol will be making a run inside the circle. But knowing Zeus how they are, they're gonna be not backing off without a fight. But Zyol still thinking of the bigger picture. They need to get into the top 3. They need to do that soon, as Kinect is on domination spree, already racking up 3 kills for himself, as Sanjeev getting spotted off from the far afraid, takes some damage over there, but still alive. But Godless, look at him surviving with a sliver of HP, has successfully managed to heal himself up.
He did. And now DEADEYES there, still in the center of the circle with DRS. This also sometimes means that you're attracting all the attention on you. The center of attraction, what we like to call it. LIT though, facing the blind side there. But no, getting completely wiped out. And it's of course going to be Hungry Box to put the final nail in the coffin.
I mean, take a look at DRS, the way they have spread out across the map, and having all their corners checked. And I think if this sort of continue, and if they do not really get any casualties coming in from those nade barrage, because the problem with those dips are that if you are really susceptible to those grenades, and once they come in, you've got nowhere to really hide. But look at the circle shift, absolutely not a single soul inside the zone.
No man's land, that's what we call it. And now INV trying to move inside the circle. I mean, 7C is the closest one to it, so they wouldn't really have that much of trouble to getting inside. But teams like DRS maybe will struggle because Astra Academy is right in the back lines. And Shifu sure went down in that fight. Legend is also doing a lot of work. And in this end circle, it's hell breaking loose. It's absolute pandemonium. Each and every single team wants those kills, including Zeus as well. Apes player goes down. And things are not looking good. Sancher is going to be disappointed.
Yeah, he definitely will be. But then again, he was really far away from his squad, and he could not have been saved over there. But look at True Love just spraying down his arm. I mean, this is one of those ranges where I would really not want to use that weapon, but I believe he does not really have a lot of ammunition on that M4, as a result of which he has to resort to such desperate measures. And T2K, well, blah, blah, blah. He's already cooked up that grenade. He's going to lob it onto the players of Zeus. Is that going to connect? That's the bigger question, as we have 7C also trying to fend off teams coming in, barging onto their territory, and INV might just be the nearest one to them. But look at Godless. This man is unfazed. He does not care about T2K right on his tail. He's dealing with own problems of his, and now he does realize now T2K have managed to come in really close, up and personal. Let's see what he's got to put on the table now.
God, listen to all the last 2 men alive from the side of Zeus, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. He's under some heavy fire. Things are not looking good. That nade was quite close, rolled right next to him, but rated moving in just an inch in the time there. That's what matters the most. And now Astra Academy goes down in the 8th position. Hey, not bad, but it depends on how many kill points you've gone for yourself.
Now this is really crucial for DEADEYES. They need to make that move right out in the open. Already Memo finding that knock onto Shifu, as Apes Also, they're closing in on towards DRS. Mafia Ninja will be quick to sense that. But Deadeyes, how are they going to survive? They're all too much in the open. They do not have any cover on Earth. And on top has also fallen one after the other. The players of Deadeyes are falling up until the point that they have been eliminated. But those 5 kills are, in fact, might just be a respite for them.
It might just be. And look at Hustler. He has spotted Mafia Ninja out, going back to his vehicle, bringing that US back, ramming it back though. Now we have AJ and Boro and Mafia Ninja as well, kind of right next to each other, which is good. Before they were separated out, they were spread out, but now they realized the intensity and they decided to stick together. This next circle shift is going to be deciding these teams' fate. And here it is, in no man's land again. What's going on? Do PUBG gods hate these teams?
I do not know. For one thing, I really do know is that Zeus is really close to the circle now. DRS really have to move a long, long way. They do have a lot of vehicles though, but Jane still keeping the fight alive as he takes down Hustler in the process, but will receive instant resistance coming in from the boys from Apes over there. But Zeus, they're not doing anything. They're just waiting for all teams to come right out in the open, and that's when they're gonna strike.
Teams. Again, look, a lot of shots are being fired, a lot of max are being unloaded, but nothing really critical happening on the map here. DRS, Mr. Bora dropped down to quite low HP, and here we have blah, 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 just rolling in his car. And oh my god, I thought it's going to be ramming Godless' buggy over.
I mean, that would not have been a possibility considering Godless just saw that coming from miles apart. But right now, Zyon is going to take down Jane. And with that being said, T2K, they're eliminated in the blink of an eye. But True Love, he's taking so much heavy fire coming in from Zyon. Now look at Team Zeus. They're a two-man squad, but they are not really feeling like that. They are completely just dominating, obliterating every single body right in front of them.
I mean, TDK, man, there's just something happens and they just get eliminated instantly. I mean, what's exactly going on there? Still missing those chicken dinners.
Yeah.
And now we have 7C, though. One man went down, Memo. But Turlov trying his best to fight back in these kind of situations, but to retaliate back in style, it's going to be a difficult choice or difficult stuff. Mr. Boro as well, kind of putting in a lot of bullets in his enemy. And here we have Mafia Ninja going down, and DRS is taking a lot of lead upon them. And that's going to be it. DRS getting eliminated within a blink of an eye.
Right now, you've got the boys from Apes even chiming in inside the fight. They want a piece of the cake over there, but right now, they are under the radar of Team Zeus. Now, how are they going to survive that onslaught? That's awaiting for them as the smokes have been deployed over there, just trying to, you know, block off that extra few shots coming in from Apes department. Now, because now Zeus really wants to focus their attention on towards the boys from 7C.
Exactly. 7C with 3 men alive in this squad. They have the most player, so it does make sense. If you're going to be focusing the lads of 7C, that nade pushed Godless away out of his cover. This is not really good. This means his position has been given away as well. 7C might just be a little affair. But I feel like 7C is still pretty anonymous. I mean, 7C don't really know Godless' position.
Right now, they do not. All they have to do is just rely on their grenading prowess. But Godless, the man, he does not want to, you know, sleep off anymore as he gets that knock onto his True Love. Really hungry for more. Can he find one more? Yes, he does. As he takes down 2. One last player remains as Godless. He is doing the wonders over here. He's doing what is supposed to be done. And now it all makes sense. Now, how on earth is 7C going to get back into this one as he just wipes them all out? Godless, you gotta fear this man.
Godless, more like God himself. What just happened there? 7C getting eliminated as well. Those blind shots caught everybody off guard from the lads of 7C. And God himself clutched this out.
I mean, finally, the thunder has struck over here in the fields of Erangel and Team Zeus. Despite the fact that they just were having those 2 players alive, they control the circle so beautifully, taking control of everything and also getting a lot of kills to their belt. And now, we were talking about Team Zeus making a comeback, and in what manner have they done?
I mean, that comeback was absolutely incredible, without a doubt, man. Look, Zeus, I feel like they needed this and they got this. But you know what other team needs a chicken dinner right now? TDK. They have promised it on the social media. Still, it's missing T2K, and we definitely need it. Well, it's definitely time to put on our masks now, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed it is. But right now, what we are going to do is head for a short break, because coming right after is the Des, who's going to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We just got done with 4th game on day number 3. It is still 2 games do remain, and in that doing so, Zeus Esports is coming back online, coming back alive into the entire lobby. Along with which, a huge thanks to OPPO F9 Pro. Let's move on to the analysts and ask them. Well, this was an interesting Erangel, I would say. I mean, T2K did really well, but Zeus's 2 players just dominated.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect them to clutch out that victory.
Wow.
I mean, they were surrounded from 2 different directions, 7C on one and Apes on the other, but still.
It's godless. He's surviving.
True.
He takes those random shots. If there's a crosser, he starts spraying again. 1, 2, 3.
Just getting those hit markers and realizing, all right, the shot connected, need to shoot there again, getting the knock, again the knock, and the finish on the entire squad. But I was just about to say that Godless, I mean, that play was definitely bonkers, but he wasn't the man who secured the most points for the team. It is going to be Zeol getting those 7 kills, 728 damage, the efficiency being displayed by the player. And him and Godless were the last 2 surviving players for the team. He was the one who actually cleaned up Apes, and well, that's how the story unfolded.
That's how the team works, right? For themselves, one player looking on one direction, the other one looking on the other, and they like to take their individual fights as well and then reunite as a team. As we can see, damage percentage 19%, so is survival percentage for himself and the team, but assist percentage is good for himself. Well, he has given kills more in this one. Overall, if we talk about it, that's a different story. So yeah, Zeol has been looking really good, but even better, I'm pretty sure it's going to be top players that will be looking forward. And again, you know, the conversation. Godless, Jane, I mean, GI Jane is back.
Yeah, GI Jane stepping back into action. And T2K, I mean, we were really impressed by what this team was able to put to display in this game. But the question is this going to be enough to take them to the top 8? That is going to be a really big question right now. And I believe we still have more matches remaining, so still a lot of time for us to find the answer to that question.
Absolutely, we've got 2 more games remaining for today, and in that we have all the opportunities for all of these teams. Talking about the match summary itself, we've got 324 meter distance skill coming in from Icy there.
Yeah, if we talk about it, you know, that's pretty good. But I see with the assists, that's even better. Because obviously, you know, those assists have been utilized. That's why they are the assist numbers. So they have been utilized by the teammates, you know, to gather those kill points. Mafia Ninja with 19 utilities used, and Jad with the highest damage, and that's going to be 857.
Well, this as Blotter, you pointed out, this was an interesting game. This was really intense, and it was fun to watch as well as far as the team fights are considered, because there were a lot of team fights that were breaking out during the mid-game stages.
Indeed, they were. With that, let's move on to the match ranking coming in. We do know that these teams were hungry for those kills. Zeus Esports right there, taking the chicken dinner along with 13 kills, gives them 28 points.
More than 50% contribution, Zeus Esports was by one player only in this time, if we talk about the kill department. But well, overall, it was a pretty good game. 7C coming up, Apes coming up, T2K, yeah, they did good. DRS, yes, they did good. So DRS right now is trying to close up to Astra Academy. Well, Zeus is not far behind. It looks like it. I mean, in the points, there's going to be a difference though. But Zeus is trying to get there. And with the number of games remaining, I would say it might be possible. Well, we'll have to see what the other teams do, because DRS is a Skylight this time, getting 6 points total for them.
I want to see what the situation looks like between Zeus and Deadeye's, guys. That is going to be really interesting to look at. But again, we have Stalwart Esports over here, the 2 kill points coming in. That is something that this team does consistently. They somehow managed to get some kills at least, and even in the worst possible game, they will get those kills somehow so that they don't go out on 0. And that is really important. You don't want to miss out on any point that you could have gotten. Although on the other side, 1952, the momentum has been lost and, well, it has been shut off.
For the moment, it seems like the case, but eventually when you talk about the way this day is turning out to be, it is just absolutely entertaining saga that is taking place, and we still have 2 more games remaining. But, of course, there was a little bit of clip over there that was missed when it came down to the final fight, so let's just jump right into that one.
So look at this right now. What happens is, he knew that the players were there, so what happened, he started shooting up. Wherever his crosshair had that red marker or the white marker, he took down one. He moves his crosshair again and tries to shoot, and then he spots another one, takes his... Look at this. First, he moves from left to right, but wherever it sticks, he just sticks his crosshair that location. That's godless for you. And look at how composed he is. He knows that there are players on the right-hand side. He uses his smoke, then again moves. So that's, you know, the presence that this player is bringing up for the team. And again, obviously, that's where the fight is. And Zeol again spots down the last one, takes him down. So this is the presence of mind that he's doing. He knows Zeol is, you know, on his assist side for this fight.
Yeah.
But still, he is using smokes. That's because he's the one moving up.
Yes.
You know, he's the one standing up. So it's high chance likely that Zeol might take the last play down, but he might get spotted as well.
Yeah, exactly. Not taking a chance right there. That is what I believe Ocean was trying to say.
Yeah,
He's like, all right, you might just go down, but I'll take care of things on my end.
Well, with that was, of course, the final fight that we were talking about, but there were so many other moments that did take place throughout the game. Let's move on along with the OPPO F19 Pro moment.
Oh yeah, this did happen at the start of the game. But well, I mean, Uzm did run down onto this area, but as soon as he realized, well, mistakes were made, the mistakes did just, you know, go in.
You got greedy. That's what happened.
That did happen though. But well, altogether, T2K, the team got really good fights for themselves. But Zeol, I remember this fight, his one knock was taken down by the other team. Still, he was ready to take up any fight that was there.
Zeus Esports were mad from that point onward. That was Assassin was supposed to be our kill. How dare you take it? They first take down high voltage. Both the teams combined together, and then SDGaming, they suffer the assault, the wrath of, well, the god of gods, Zeus.
This was good, you know, almost damage done, but well played, was taken on by some other player, but well, look at this. So after this circle, a lot of fights were there in the open. I mean, it was just, you know, an event in which teams had to just move forward if they had to be a part of the fight or maybe get those kills. But still, I would love to say one thing about all these fights, and that is every team kind of got more or less points from here, and that's a really good, like they were accumulating those numbers.
Exactly, those mid-game team fights, as I mentioned, were so intense. I mean, you are getting shot at from every single direction. You have to be careful. T2K were able to take the advantage of the situation really, really well. I mean, picking off a lot of individuals that were stuck in the middle of the rotation, just catching them completely off guard. And DRS, I really thought DRS or DE, they might have been able to take it, but then the circle shifted away from them and both of them were caught in a really bad spot.
And then this, you know, we saw this in the slow-mo, and now it's in the OPPO F19 Pro moment. It just, you know, became, it just shows how amazing this player is when it comes down to, you know, understanding the game. And if the game picks up the pace, he picks up the pace with it. If the game's slow, he still likes to sometimes pick up the pace with it, but well, he loves that. He loves that aggression that he brings up in the game.
Every single time. Every single time he is part of a fight, you know it's going to be a good one, you know it's going to be an entertaining one, and again, I mean, that's what we love to be able to see, you know, from the side of Zeus Esports, and finally now taking that chicken dinner away, it is going to be helping them out quite a lot in that overall storyboard.
Talking about the damage numbers, right? So, just like we said, right after the 5th circle, the game actually got its own pace. So before that, if you look at this, I mean, teams were getting those kill points, but were not getting much of a damage point. That means either, because look at this, SDGaming, 2 kills, 185 damage points. So it just shows, right, the team was trying to go for the fights. They did go for it, but it was kind of an even affair. They could not just, you know, deliver even more, but well, maybe in the upcoming games.
I mean, it was Zeus Esports that was the one to stop them in their tracks from dishing out any more damage and taking any more kills away from them.
I'm really happy with APES today. In the past few games, they have been really consistent, and their damage graph always is at a higher number. But that means they are focusing more on the fights rather than sometimes going for the placement points. Well, they are getting the placement points as well, but they need to, once you know the pace of the game is at you're in top 3 or something, you need to change something. Some flavor needs to be added so that you get that second dinner for yourself.
Well, talking about change of pace, that is where I do want to bring up, you know, a team like 1952, for example.
Yeah.
You had started the day off and we were talking about how, if at all, teams are going to be changing their drop locations and and eventually it is 1952 that I've noticed has changed their drop location actually on the map of Erangel, and that's somehow not really helping them out thus far.
It happens, right? No time for caution, no time for experiment,
Yeah.
but well, I mean,
Sometimes the days just go in your favor, sometimes they don't. Sometimes fights go in your favor, good and bad, and ugly fights, as Ocean likes to call them. With that, let's move on along to the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking.
Yeah, and Zeus this is something that I expected. Zeus Esports taking the third position away from DEADEYES, guys. Apes making a bounce and stepping back on the 5th position. But look at this. Now, the lead is being chipped away by everyone. DRS is chipping away at the lead of Astra Academy, 211 to 179. And Zeus Esports, DEADEYES, guys, they are chipping away at the lead of DRS Gaming, 179 to 162. One more match like this, and Zeus Esports, they are going to be on the 2nd.
it's doable. Zeus can go to the 2nd. Apes can go to, you know, the 4th or something. But look at the placement points difference. 112, 77. What Zeus is lacking in placement points, they are making it up in the kill points. That's the 2nd highest kill point team out there. Astra Academy 88, 3 kills shy from Astra Academy.
Stalwart Esports are 8th again.
Oh.
I was just wanting to point out,
Yeah.
6th, 7th, and 8th, those teams over there, right? They
Yeah.
are very close when it comes down to those points as well.
Just 1 point separating those teams. Like Stalwart Esports is tied with the team above them, and then the team above them on the 6th position is just 1 point ahead. But still, they are back on the 8th. They can get away, and this time it's really good for them because now if they get a good game, they're going to bounce up 3 positions up.
Exactly.
So
I
things
still
are looking
remember. I still remember. If you remember the previous league stages when we used to play it, you remember how Stalwart and R3D, those two teams used to have really good Sanhoks for themselves, the
Yeah,
fast-paced maps, right? So I guess upcoming game is going to be Sanhok only. So we might just have that conversation for sure. But right now, I would love to see, will DE take it back or will they not? It's just a conversation for its own self.
Absolutely, mate. But before we jump into that, let's have a look at the MVP ranking, which was again being dominated by Astra Academy's player Action. But as we did see
42
earlier,
kills. The answer to everything in the universe is here.
And it is the answer for him to getting the $2,000 as well.
well, for
42.
now. But
for now.
keep in mind, we still have 2 games remaining for today and 6 games from tomorrow. It is, again, we've seen that sort of plays, you know, from Lit Esports to other teams as well. You have one good day, and it's going to be a big jump altogether. With that, let's move the day along. Let's go on to the schedule there. We shall now jump into Sanhok.
Sanhok previously was Lit Esports, and Lit you know, so this kind of becomes a team that likes to break the momentum of other teams. You've seen that thing happening. And what if they do it this time with the teams that are in the top 4 right now? Because the placement points, it's pretty close. One team can have a good game and move up forward to the 3rd, maybe to the 4th, maybe to 2nd. Something like that might happen, and Lit might change that, might not.
And also, I mean, staying on the topic of Lit Esport, the interesting thing is, yesterday's Sanhok, the last Sanhok that we had yesterday, they did really well in yesterday's Sanhok as well. They were stopped in their track by 1952, but again, yesterday's Sanhok, today's Sanhok, and now again Sanhok. I have high hopes for this team.
Well, there is just so much going on right now when it comes to the overall standings. It is going to be an exciting game. Let's jump directly into Sanhok, and it is going to be XP and Play. We're going to be taking us through this game.
Thank you for that, Blotter. And I gotta say, shout out to Ocean for a bit of a Hitchhiker's Guide reference right there. I got it, Ocean. I got the reference, 42. No one else probably did, but you know what? I have a lot of love for you, a lot of love for Douglas Adams. But we can talk about, you know, comedy, science fiction later on. XP, we witnessed an incredible game coming out from Zeus Esports in the previous game. That final circle, that final fight was ludicrous. I think that's the word to describe it.
I mean, ludicrous is the word you want to use over there. But again, it's just, I love the fact that, you know, Ocean did put it really well. The fact that, you know, as soon as you get those hit markers, you have an idea as to where someone is. But I kind of feel like 7C could have avoided that situation. Now, bear with me. Now, it was pretty much a level, flat ground where they were positioned at. But the problem was, just think of it this way: if the tips of my fingers, other three players, they were pretty much standing, laying down like this. Had they spread out a bit, maybe those bullets wouldn't have found their mark. Now that's what Zeus does so brilliantly, time in and time out. The way they spread out, I know it's a riskier move if you think about it, but you cover more ground, you have a few more angles, and well, I guess he did get lucky. But of course, precision shots coming in from Godless as expected. And finally, it is going to be the game of Sanhok. We are going to be traveling to the tropical island and play. Well, we've said it before, we'll say it again. It's going to be drastic. It's going to be pretty much random as far as the chaos goes. And well, judging by that flight path, good sir, where do you think everyone's heading?
I'm assuming everyone's just going to be dropping along the plane path, right? Like, you don't really have to go somewhere really far, maybe towards Lakawi, Kampong, Camp Bravo. I rarely see teams heading in that direction, especially when the plane path is towards the western side, something which it doesn't seem to be much of a factor on the map of Sanhok. But just to touch upon the point you made there, I feel the word you might be looking for would be spacing, right? Like the spacing between the teammates, where sometimes when you push into a compound, for example, right? You know there's a player waiting there, you know there's an enemy there, and you push in two players together. If you're too close, you can get sprayed down. You can line up for your enemy. If you're too far away, the trading's not going to take place. But spacing is not looking good for Nightmare right now, because Rose is by his lonesome, and Smokey version 2, Memo, and Tutor Love are on the hunt. They are chasing him down. Smokey with a pre-fire, spots him out, information conveyed. He did have that shoddy XP. There was a world where he could have ruined the day for 7Cs, because they didn't really have much armor to work with either, but he didn't have an opportunity to even rattle off a single shot. And with that, Nightmare will, well, they will suffer the first casualty in the server. And for a change, it's not Mark.
I was just going to say that he's going to be probably breathing a sigh of relief over there, thinking that, I'm not the one who actually marked the beginning of action in this game. But it looks like he just might come under fire soon enough, as action has broken out early in Painan. Again, it is Sanhok. It is the smaller map out there. And, since people are going to be close to one another, you do expect that Uzi does find its mark. However, that range is not going to do a lot of damage, as Hong is going to make his escape, making sure that he has his life intact. But have a look at 7C. They know that they're one-man short, and they know that, probably right now, Nightmare are going to be a little discombobulated. They are going to be a little surprised as to what's going to happen, because have a look at Coco's position. He is not in the right place to, be helpful to his teammate. However, if his team does go down, he just might carry that torch a little forward. So again, it's a win-win situation, but I like the fact that 7C, they are upping the ante, they're putting on the pressure, and it kind of looks like Nightmare are in a nightmare of their own.
I'm more happy about the fact that Fear, the player from 7C, has got a face mask on. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to wear your masks, vaccinated or not. You wanna ensure that everyone's safe and sound around you. But let's talk about more exciting things instead of sad things. Let's talk about the play zone. And you did point out, the play zone, it could, if it goes east, it's going to matter too much. It doesn't really matter too much, right? Sure, we've got High Voltage and DEADEYES guys and Skylightz, 952, LIT and APES outside of the play zone, right? Including T2K as well. But it's barely a few meters, right? Just like 100 meters for them to just traverse over. However, that being said, if you look at the western periphery of the play zone, there's Astra Academy, there's SD,
Bootcamp,
Nightmare, and 7C. Now, for LIT and High Voltage, especially for LIT, that could be problematic.
It could be, as they are going to be coming in towards the circle. Now, the best thing is, just west of Painan, we have these two hilltops that they can actually shoot down from and gather a lot of information. Now, what is going to be the worrisome point for me is, now we did see Nightmare kind of back off towards the north, towards Bootcamp, because that is where Coco's position is. And have a look at that. Mark has pretty much found his teammates, but it might just set them up for coming under fire from SDGaming, who are going to be on the same hill, just a little higher up. Now, Astra Academy, they can bide their time, right? They can wait it out in the boot camp. It's still in the circle. They can make sure they are packed to the gills as far as...
I just want to point something out real quickly. Sorry for cutting you off there, but we can see the overall standings, right? And while Astra Academy and DRS have accrued about, I think, 25 or 30 points since yesterday's standings, the end of yesterday, Zeus have got, I think, they're at 116. They have got 46 points in the 5 games they played here today. Now, you look at it, like 5 games, 46 points. Do the math. That's an average of around 8 points or almost 9 points a game. That is very impressive for Zeus Esports. They have managed to not only hold on to the 3rd spot, but definitely start and extend the gap between themselves and the likes of, let's say, DEADEYES Guys or APES or PN Crew. So this is a team, XP, who had a very slow start just a couple of days prior, right? The first 3 games, they were nowhere to be found. We're like, oh, Zeus are, they seem to be a very different team compared to what we saw from them in the finals. But they are definitely contending, at the very least, for that 2nd spot. 17 points is nothing if they have one big good game and DRS kind of, fall out here very early on. But then it's Sanhok, where you might even find the top 5 teams getting eliminated first, and you might have someone like Nightmare getting the chicken dinner. Anything can happen on this map.
And in fact, we have seen that in the past as well. The top teams have fallen a little earlier than expected. And, just bringing up Zeus once again. Now, of course, with great power comes great responsibility. And especially when you know that these guys are the hardest hitting teams out there, that pressure is going to mount on their shoulders. And what I think happened on day 1 was, now, I'm not taking away the fact that they might have actually scrimmed against the other Mongolian teams, but I'm going to hold on to my thought right now, as it looks like, man, the days of running are not going to be enough for Nightmare, as it does look like 7C have finally caught up to them. They do have that high ground, and all that information is going to be conveyed by Memo to his teammates, and expect them to kind of engulf their enemy, their prey, rather like an amoeba from all sides, and just apply the pressure. But Zeol's position behind there could be something that might halt them in the tracks. Reason being, as soon as the shot is fired, his attention is going to come on this mountain, as well as Abely, who's right beside him. And just those random shots from that distance might actually put 7C in a bit of a pickle, because A, they have no idea where the shots are coming from, right? They could expect maybe it's Nightmare who are getting ready for a little bit of an onslaught, but looks like DE are at the opposite spectrum of being ready for an onslaught. These boys are out to the open seas, and who can blame them? Who can blame them? Have a look at that beautiful open waters in that tropical island. I mean, that is where I would want to be right now, Blake.
Oh yeah, I love it. Just sit down on the beach.
Although, just as I say that, I just remembered the last couple of days, Sanhok and boats are not a match made in heaven. We've seen lots of ups and downs, and
it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
They might just meet a watery grave as well. You never know.
Nah, it's not gonna happen unless T2K they just like riddle that boat with bullets. But yeah, now that you mention it, here I am in lockdown, and it made me envision sights of me laying by the beach side in a tropical
Pretty sure you're
resort
missing your pina colada.
With a pina colada, there we go. Nice pina colada in my hands, just chilling, soaking in the sun. Soon, XP, soon. One day, everything's gonna go back to normalcy. I'm gonna definitely hit you up, and we can go sip our pina coladas. Right now, no pina coladas. It's AK-47s, M4s, rifles, grenades, and Nightmare are right now hunkered down. And Marky Mark has an inkling. He has an inkling that there are a few vultures circling overhead on that hill. But we'll get back to that later on, because right now there is another hill which is being contested. However, no bullets, no shots have rung out yet. It's Apes on one side.
I told you!
On the other side, and you called it! And you called it! You called it! You said it was gonna be a watery grave. And Jane, it looks like his heard you, XP, and DE. It was a very brave rotation. Unfortunately, sometimes fortune doesn't favor the brave. You called it.
It doesn't. I mean, it's just, you got to look at the stats. You got to crunch in the numbers, and Bolts and Sanhok do not go hand in hand anymore, especially, again, it is a small map, and people expect that now. They are going to expect, teams coming in from the Aquas route, as we've liked saying before, but now DEADEYES guys, I mean, they're going to have to brave the blue. They're going to have to brave some bullets. Jane is going to position himself a little better to basically shoot fish in the barrel. Oh, it looks dicey as Sandesh, from distance, gets that knock on the Hustler. Basically, his hustle has been brought to a stop.
for the time being. Suyog has also been found out. Jane's just, he's enjoying his fishing with an M4. usually use a net or like a fishing rod and hooks, but I feel like the zone just might end DE here. It's moving at a very fast pace right now, XP. And he's braving it because he saw 4 members on that boat. He knows there were 4 bodies on that boat, and he wants to ensure none of them make it to land. And it looks like that should be the end of DE. They might in fact be the first team to be eliminated here as the battle for this particular hill continues. The nade is a little too deep, cooked not so perfectly by White. And while he attempts to toss in the nade, he takes a couple of shots. However, not too damaged. In the meantime, another member of DE has been taken down. And I do believe that's it for DEADEYES, guys. I think they just got eliminated. There we go. DE. I think I jinxed them, XP. You said they might get shot at. Well, nothing's going to happen. Of course not. Nothing's going to happen. They're going to be fine in the water. No.
If you keep an eye out, towards the open water, you just might see the Juggernaut pop up, and well, Davy Jones is going to claim 4 lives for himself, as those guys are going to sink to the very bottom of that ocean. Again, it's going to be devastating. This is the same team that won the first game today, so I mean, it was a high risk, high reward maneuver, but unfortunately, it was only risky at this point. Now, as the circle is going to close in one another, another thing that's going to happen is SD is going to try and close in on Astra Academy's position. Now, what stands out for me is how they've kind of reversed the roles, because mind you, Astra Academy dropped down at the boot camp, which right now on our screens is towards Jimmy's back. Well, he's looking at it now. So the fact that Astra actually circumnavigated around them, and well, we're going to have to wait for the replay. It has to be the boat shot. There you have it. As one by one, the last members from DEADEYES, guys, are going to go down to the very bottom. A moment of silence, please.
F's in the chat.
Moan over! That's it. I mean, that's what you get when you are in a boat out in open. It looks like Jimmy, he knows that Astra Academy is going to be in this house. And the question is, his teammates, again, they are in boot camp, right, Blake? But if the circle shifts a bit further east, it's going to be devastating for them to come out because, well, like I said, the roles have been reversed.
There's an arm there.
Yeah, forget
amongst in the salt fields.
Yeah, forget about it.
Anyone, no one's going to go for it. Meanwhile, Astra Academy, Pika has been knocked on down. Although a res should be coming on in. Ken. Oh, he's been spotted out. Scry with laser-like accuracy, just tapping away calmly. Just each bullet a hammer into the body of his opposition, and with that, we will have to say goodbye to Ken. And SD down to just the 3 members, I'm not mistaken here. And Astra Academy, they're taking it slow. They're like, all right, listen, we're right next to the zone. We're right next to the play zone. We have this little compound to work with. We have all 4 alive. You need to res our teammate. There's no need to aggress. And I like this position. I love this. Yeah.
Now, this position can actually put Jimmy's plans on a loop as well, because now they have no idea that Jimmy's so close by, right? But have a look at what SD's doing. They're making sure Kaye and Bay get that little high ground action. They are going to let loose a few shots, which is going to divert Astra's attention pretty much towards that mountain, which can, hypothetically speaking, give Jimmy that little bit of space to kind of move in and maybe lob a good grenade, again catching them off guard. But it is going to be a risky move, because once he does that, he's going to be all by his lonesome. So Ken and his teammate, they need to have that accuracy on point. And now another team braving
They'll be
the
fine.
open waters is high voltage. The only thing that kind of worries me over here is the amount of damage they're going to take from the blue zone blade, because it's a long way off and you only have so many utilities.
The thing is, where are they going to make their
Camp on.
entry into?
Safest place. All those buildings for cover. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but again, they need to make a little bit of haste as well. As we see the blue, or you can see it on the screen as well, slowly closing on in. This battle between the PN crew and APES is still continuing. However, APES, for a change, have opted to relinquish control of that hillock XP. They're like, you know what, you guys want to have it? Have it. We have this little compound, this little low broken wall to work with, and I feel this is the right decision being taken by the Mongolian team.
Also, you know, we were talking about spacing. Have a look at how they're spaced out. They're making sure that if one of their heads pops out, you know, the enemy is not going to be aware that, wait a second, that's kind of like a bait situation, as looks like Ziv11 is going to take top down to the ground, as Legend is going to be gunned down as well. But the question is, who did all the gunning over here? But now, again, they have opened it up. So Legend's gone down. Kanik and Hustler are going to be hustling for that rock, making sure they get cover. And I love the fact that they are applying all that pressure on PN Crew. And talking about pressure, top is going to be picked up. Jimmy, still where we left him.
Jimmy is a man of patience. He's a man of perseverance, just waiting patiently. And look at Mafia Ninja as well. Raiden is right next to him. And Mafia Ninja living up to his name, XP. Usually Ninjas are they're usually out during the night. Right? But he's being very
got that
quiet.
shade.
A bike passes by, blah, blah, blah. Son, you have no idea how close you were to that Mafia Ninja. He's holding his breath. They're running past him. How have they not seen him? Jane's going to get in a vehicle and Mafia Ninja still hasn't moved. Now he's going to move on along. Now he knows 3 members have passed by. His spots rated and rated. Good night, sweet prince. Mafia Ninja strikes. He's got to finish him off. Patience of a god. And T2K, unfortunately, they get ambushed by DRS. Brilliantly played by Mafia Ninjas. XP, I don't know how he's operating his phone, you know, without being sweaty, because that was just butt clench.
You know, we talk about snakes in Sanhok. That was a coiled wiper waiting to strike, and he knew just the right moment. As soon as those 2 teammates went past, he was like, ha 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 ha. They left one behind. Another one who's laughing is the man who took down Demon. Oh my god, it's going to be painful, because I guess he's not laughing because Demon just took himself out, and looks like quietly comes in and steals the kill. Ouch, that's got to hurt, play.
Yeah,
that has got to hurt.
That sucks indeed. INV, Skylightz Gaming, man. Like yesterday, they had a really good game, and they have their moments. Like players like Chari, like Leonix. We saw the one before earlier as well, right? And you're like, these guys, they have what it takes, but it just fails to coalesce. It just doesn't come together as you know, as a proper unit. And I feel like that is. And it sucks, right? Like the fact that you see the potential in this team, and how good they were once upon a time as well, and it just kind of not really clicking here in the championship finals. However, High Voltage, they have opted to ditch the boat. Now, I'm not sure if they got shot at, but considering they're well in the play zone, I guess actually they might have just ditched it so they don't give any sound cues. XP, that's genius if that's the case.
That is going to be genius. However, they are going to have an uphill battle. Well, it's not an uphill battle, so to speak, but they are going to have to assault that land. It's going to be like the Battle of Normandy all over again, because that position is going to be fortified. Forget that for a second, because it looks like Entry has opened up with a kill, with a knock, in fact, on Quiet as INV. They fight to 1952, and from afar, Magnet, like magnets, is raining down bullets, which seem to find their mark, and, well, that is going to be a close call, and I do believe that Revive should be coming through. Forget it, another one goes down.
Can still come on through, can still come on through. Magnet, his bullets magnetized, but somehow XPZ, I think he saved Chari there. He saved Chari. Magnet was shooting at Chari, and XBZ using the opportunity as his head pops above that little wall, and he will be knocked on down. There's no one nearby to go in for the res, so he is in a bit of a pickle here. Tawfiq probably might make a run for it. Entry has been tagged on pretty low with that HE, and might see minor. He needs to be perfect here in keeping INV at bay, but Leon's gonna jump onto that opportunity, and Magnet is no more.
That was a proper opportune moment to strike, and Leon does do what he set out to, and now he's going to come under fire. But the best thing is his position hasn't really been given away, because he was prone when he did lob that grenade, and well, he still has that entire mountainside for cover. But it looks like PN Crew are not going to have any cover as they come under fire by Stalwart Esports, and in that commotion, Ayush is going to have to bid us adieu from this game. Now, however, INV, they do take advantage of that little commotion happening just in front of them, as 1952 are going to put a pause on their gunplay for a second, which means Skylightz Gaming, ooh, they could be in trouble if INV kind of just circumnavigate around them. And have a look at that. Chari's position could be compromised, and if he goes down, Leon is going to have to become a man of action, and it's not going to work out. But right now, what is working out is T2K taking the fight to LIT, one knock, but now he's up against 3 members.
T2K have been landing pushing at the bottom half of the table since the beginning of this tournament, and now they will have to go up with the team from HTM region. And Frankie with a great knock. The finish should come on in, but LIT aren't just gonna sit down and let it lie. And ZV just going in, V rather, just going in for the finish instead of ensuring he gets another knock. He at least confirms the kill, but with that, that will be LIT being eliminated alongside Nightmare and Deadeye's 3 teams who will be no more on the map of Sanhok. 13 still remains, 39 still alive, ably battling it out with a Tommy in his hand. 7C are just... they're just not stopping at all. Now, IC has been knocked down, but the other 3 members of Zeus are very, very much alive and kicking. All 3 members inside, and they go. So, they're gonna get shot at from outside. The Flames as well doing fantastic work. R7C.
I was just going to say, keep an eye on Turulov and Smokey, because what Member did right now was basically draw them out towards the right side of the compound from the previous point of view, and now from afar they did get shot on, and there you have it. Smokey and Turulov are going to be moving in. That means now Zeus are going to have to fight the fight at 2 fronts, as they have an idea where the enemy is. That grenade isn't going to do anything because they do have cover, but Smokey is going to do a lot. He's come from the side, knocks Godless down on his knees, and now Ziola is taking the fight with 2 members. He gets 1! He gets 1! He gets the second! And he gets the third! Are you kidding me? I mean, that's it! I am out of here. That reaction time was amazing, Blade. That was not supposed to happen, but it just did.
Production, replay. Now.
What?
I need to see that again. I need to see that again. Please give me a replay of that. That was fantastic target selection. There you have it. Take a look at this. Take a look at how he isolates all 3. Firstly, gets to 1 in the window. There we go. Gets 1 in the window. Immediately snaps to the next guy. Incredible spray transfer. 1 point of health. Spins around. Catches Mimo off guard as well. That was,
ladies and gentlemen,
one of the most fantastic things I've seen so far in this entire championship.
Forget the play of the day. That's exactly what I'm saying. That is the play of the tournament so far. That was just amazing. Oh my goodness, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. I mean, his hands are going to be shaking right now, but let's see if he can stabilize them, because they still have a lot more fights ahead of them.
And down to just a 2-man squad, but they have 6 kills to the name. T2K are having a fantastic time though, XP. They have 9 kills and 3 alive. Finally, it looks like the Fortune is favoring the side of Train to Kill, and they're living up to the name. White, though, the nade, he spots the head. He spots the head of Assassin. The nade sails in, dealing damage to 2 members. But the third one as well, and look at Apes. Apes together strong as they move in together like a pack, trying to finish off High Voltage, who, bear in mind, have only 3 players alive, and the nade is perfection from Caddick. He's gonna find 1. Assassin so very low. Sanchu spraying through the smoke, looking to find 1, but Extreme's right below them. He's right next to him. Assassin's gonna strike. He's gonna find 1. He's gonna find 2. Extreme with the spray finish off. Assassin will be knocked on down, but Apes still have 2 alive and kicking, and they will spot the final member. And High Voltage, valiant effort to keep death at bay, but Apes will deny them. They do lose a couple of members, and I'm not sure the rest can come in time because the blue is moving in. But my oh my, that was a brutal fight between High Voltage and Apes Incorporated. In fact, only 1 member survives, so White.
Only 1 member, but I think that might not be the case. I think it is still the case, because he's now taking the fight against High Voltage. The sparks are definitely going to be flying around, but elsewhere it does look like Zeus were getting decimated as they fell 1 by 1, and now Apes White is going to be the only man standing out in the blue, and T2K, all they have to do is wait with bated breath. If he peeks, he is going to get his noggin shot off, but of course I think the blue is going to take the kill, because you want to deny as many points as you can to the opposition. But amazing, quick trades coming in. And let me tell you one thing. The way High Voltage's Extreme and Assassin set up that little crossfire, the patience exhibited by Extreme was phenomenal. But right now, Tofik, he's going to have some patience as well, because he is hugging the ground. He is prone, but above him, Astra Academy are moving in. He knows that they're there, but he wants to make sure that they have no idea. His teammates are going to be moving in, but Top has spotted Johnny in the distance as he's finally taken down in flurry of bullets.
That M4 is behaving like a railgun. Tapping away, looking to confirm the kill as well. Stalwart, they have been kinda, just 4 kills, all 4 alive this late in the game. This is a great game. Oh, that's a fantastic nade. That is a brilliant reply coming in from Uzum. That nade is going to slow things down a bit here for Astra Academy, but Action is going to continue to press ahead. Now, they have control of this hill. That means everyone else are downhill, and you know what they say? They do, when you have the high ground advantage, you will be the team that's going to be a bit favored. Nades being exchanged back and forth. 1952, 3 members just crawling up the hill slowly but steadily. T2K still outside in the blue as well.
Have a look at Blaze's position. If he spots them out, that could be devastating for 952 play.
Oh, yes, it is, but it looks like Tofik will be spotted out. He deals so much damage XP, but he's not able to convert, but the reply is good coming in from T2K. Jane, actually, T2K pushing in, and 2A. Astra Academy, I believe, down to 1 member. Sorry, 2 members. Scry in action. Scry barely alive. Is spraying through the smoke, hoping to find something, but no. He will be knocked down by STE. That is Stalwart Esports joining the fray. And Stalwart Esports, while Astra Academy in 1952 were duking it out, they've come on in, and they might just steal this one away. Seamana just crawling out in the open. A swift finish by Crypto.
Done.
Entry will be taken down by Scry as well. Astra Academy down to a 2-man squad. Stalwart with 4 alive, and T2K now pushing in from downhill. They also have 3 members too. So this one, it's going to be an uphill climb for Astra Academy if they want to get the chicken dinner this time around. But that nade made it quite possible indeed.
That grenade could have pretty much shaken Stalwart Esports' world right now, as Crypto and Blade would have been tossed off their feet. But again, lovely communication coming in from them. And have a look at Uzum now. He realizes all this while T2K were down there in those warehouses, just, you know, biding their time. However, I like the fact that he is moving a bit towards his right from his point of view, because T2K, they only have one option right now. They've got to push in on Astra Academy's position, because coming uphill towards Stalwart Esports is going to be a suicide mission. So right now, Astra Academy are going to be in a world of trouble, but looks like they are going to be thwarted, as Uzum again, remember that positioning is pivotal. He spots the movement, he sees the smoke, and well, what do you do when you see smoke? You shoot at it.
XP's happening. They're going to get a chicken dinner. They're finally going to get a chicken dinner. Stalwart Esports. They get the kills, man, but they never seem to get the placement points. But it looks like finally it might work out. Look at Johnny. He's the one standing up and trying to spot the opposition. While everyone else are prone, but the nade is perfection again from Scry. He is pretty much all by his lonesome against all 4 members of Stalwart Esports. Blade just moving down south a little bit more, trying to res his teammate, but then follow-up nade could find both of them. Beautiful. Yes, it will indeed. Scry, beautiful. He is neutralizing the numbers advantage that Stalwart have. A Molotov going to force a player up as well, and that's going to force Uzum, or rather Crypto, to go in for the move. He's going to be finished off as well, leaving Astra Academy with just 1 member surviving, but he's done so much damage. And now Pika hiding in the bush. Hasn't been spotted out. T2K now taking the fight to Stalwart. They are
that's burning. A good one.
They are bleeding. The nades are sailing in. Crypto might be the one who has to be the hero for Stalwart Esports. T2K are battling and are fighting an uphill battle, but they are winning everything. Pika's going to be finished off. It's a 2v2 between these 2 teams. Stalwart Esports, they need to take the battle here, but the nades are devastating indeed. Crypto's left alone, and T2K have done it. They got the chicken dinner. It's an uphill battle, XP, but they make it happen. What a game from T2K and Stalwart Esports. So close, but no cigar.
There you have it. T2K did mention that they are going to come out today on their social media platforms, and they are going to walk away the winners in one game, which they have right now. But again, pristine gameplay coming in. That patience being exhibited was awesome. And Stalwart Esports, man, what have they been eating for their breakfast today? Because they were
I feel so bad because like I've jinxed so many teams today, right? I told DEADEYES guys are going to survive the rotation XP. They didn't. I said Stalwart Esports, they're the perfect place to get a chicken dinner. They didn't. I apologize.
It's this guy. He's the snake tongue over here. He's the man with the, I don't know the golden tongue, but it's definitely going to be jinxing a lot of teams. It's the Costas curse, isn't it? We can't really do anything about it. But what we can do is take a quick little breather, because we still have one more high-intensity, high-octane, action-fueled game in store for all of you. But before that, let's have a look at what our sponsors have to say.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We are on day number 3. A 4-day affair has brought itself down to 3 days done. We've got one final game remaining for today, but boy oh boy, this was a high intensity match that we just witnessed. Alongside this, it is a huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. With that, let's move on to, of course, the duo. It is Ocean and Johnny once again. Dude, what a play this was.
Yeah.
T2K finally bringing in that chicken dinner.
I mean, it was something that they needed really desperately. I mean, even the last Sanhok, they did really well, but missed out on the opportunity. This time, they made sure that it was theirs. And in the last few moments, we were actually questioning whether they were able to get it, because they were outside the circle, stuck in those houses on the lower ground, and Stalwart Esports and Astra Academy were right in front of them.
They had that fast side for themselves for the zone to move forward. We're talking about blah, blah, blah. Previously as well, he was in the top players. And today as well, if we talk about it, 7 kills, 614 damage, 25 minutes, 27 seconds of survival time, 1 assist. And given that it's Sanhok, 354 healing done. Wow.
I mean, it was an amazing game for this lad, and another one of his teammates was there with 4 kills coming in for that individual as well. But T2K, amazing performance. I have to say, they have put up a decent chunk of points today itself. With every single game, they are being a little bit more aggressive, getting those kills. But we have to see, where is this sort of a performance going to bring them as far as the overall standings are considered. And then by the end of the tournament, I mean, people are going to be wondering, what if they played like this the entire 4 days?
I mean, it's still, I would say, not late. Tomorrow we might just see them, chiming up even better in the last game as well. We'll see what happens. But right now, talking about the top players, Jane was there. GI Jane again. And APES and Astra Academy's players as well with 4 kills, as much as Jane. And I mean, this lad, obviously, in the game, outside the game, always a happy lad if you just want to talk about it. But blah, blah, blah. Like, this duo actually become really deadly today.
Yeah. I mean, they have been incredible. Also, I mean, shutting down Scry from the side of Astra Academy was really important. A job well done by the players of Stalwart Esports in this match.
Most certainly. I mean, in those final few moments, it seemed like it could be either ways. It could have been Stalwart's game, it could have been Astra Academy's game, but T2K certainly taken it by storm.
Yeah, and talking about this one, Jane with maximum assists as well. He had his own kill points as well. Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, getting the highest kills. APES White going up with the highest damage, and blah, blah, blah. And Jane again with the, utilities and logins assist kill. So, talk about utilities. We have seen this back and forth. In a map like Sanhok, we have seen less number of utilities. In a map like Sanhok, we've seen more number of utilities. But this is kind of the perfect number, because if you have the circle, if you have the players as well, number say 16 utilities, kind of comes good, because mostly smokes that you would have used are just to create a path, or maybe just covers of one direction or the other.
Exactly. Everyone is so close in this game. Majority of the time you have to rely on those gunfights in order to take your opponents out. By the time you are cooking up a grenade, someone has charged up on you and you will get taken out. But we do have the standings in front of us, and look at this, 28 points for Train to Kill, living up to their name. 13 kills coming to them from this match. Stalwart Esports, again, I said this before the match, they love aggression, and they have a good performance on those aggressive maps, Sanhok being one of them. 20 points to this team. I believe this is going to take them off the 8th position, up the leaderboard into a really, really good spot.
Hopefully that does happen, right? We'll have to see what overall it just goes down in a while though. But to talk about the teams, let PN Crew, DRS, and now Astra Academy, again, that the momentum that they were building up, it's there. But DRS 2 points, and talking about Zeus, now they have a few more points, so they're trying to close in that lead, and the last game might as well just, I mean, it can change a lot of things. I would say today's last game, for me, I don't know why, tomorrow's last game might just be a different affair, but today's last game, Zeus, DRS 2nd, 3rd position, I don't know.
It's going on. The story is certainly continuing along, and it is a close affair when it comes to that story. But alongside that, when it comes to today's game on Sanhok right now that we witnessed, let's move on with a zone analysis to take us through the rotations that these teams brought in.
So the moment this match started, me and Ocean, we were backstage, we were watching the game, and the first thing this guy says is, it's going to be really fun if the circle is towards the east. Well, you got your wish.
Yeah. And again, there was one more thing that we said, right?
Yeah.
Why is there always one team that moves through the water rotations? Always, 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 and that in the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, this time it was the squad of High Voltage taking the wide rotation through the waters, and well, it is really, really difficult to make it work. Deadaye's guys did the same, but it is going to be really tricky to make stuff like that work in this map. High Voltage, we see them reach the edge, but look at the teams that have already clustered up on that spot.
I mean, exactly. It can work in your favor, but most of the time it does not. And if you're in the water lines, you get spotted on, you get shot down. That happens. Previously, it happened with Skylightz, right? Those things, just change up the pace. But now look at these circles. Obviously, you can see where Stalwart was making up their entry from, and that was a really, really good area for them because there's no fight, a proper open area to move inside the circle, whilst other teams, Apes White is just healing up onto the backside. Like whilst other teams are taking up their own time, own breathing space, you have a lot more area to just look forward, move in, and just take the fights.
Also, another team that I want to mention that we have missed out on this entire discussion is 1952. 1952 are back to the day 1, day 2 performances wherein no outshining plays but a decent performance in this game. They got decent kills, they got decent placement points, and that's all that matters. They need to do it today in the last game and then the next 6 matches tomorrow.
Absolutely, that is what is on the stage. But with that, let's get the conversation moving on down towards those moments that was so very awesome throughout this game with OPPO F90 promo.
Right from the back, right? The fights did happen, and then again. So always, 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 this is what I was talking about, right? It happens. Well, Apes White, obviously, they were trying to catch down their opponents off guard. They did do that, but they could not survive onto these areas because this was supposed to happen, right? Whenever we look forward to the fights, this always happens. Marvin Ninja, this was a really good fight for him because a trigger discipline, then using it up, it was brilliant in its own self. But look at this. Every time there's a snake, vehicles moving.
We were talking about this, like what happened with Mafia Ninja, right? They're like, why is no one seeing him? And T2K definitely did get punished for that, but it did not change anything for the team. They were still able to take on those team fights after team fights after team fights and destroy everyone. This is the 1v3 Biozul that blew everyone's mind. Look at this. 7C's player, not an opportunity being given to them to take this man out. He was like barely left with any HP when he got hit. Turns around, takes the last guy out as well.
Last game it was godless 1v3. This time it's Zul. Like, Zeus kind of has their own plan for each and every map. The way they just, take up their fights. Well, now is where you'll see like 5th, 6th circle. Now is where you'll see the fights just, happening up. And in Sanhok as well. Maybe you're a snake, but if your opponents, and these opponents have that capability of spotting yourself down. So if they spot you down, they would love to take you down for those points. 1, 2, 1 point, 2 point, 10 points, whatever is needed, they would go for it.
And this is the point in the game where we were wondering whether T2K actually would be able to take this game or not for themselves with a chicken dinner. Because again, they were stuck in those houses. Stalwart has the high ground. You have you have Astra Academy on the high ground as well. And any of those teams, like, they are super deadly. With the high ground advantage, they look pretty deadly. But T2K, they were patient. They waited. You guys fight it out. Whoever's left, we'll take them on.
Exactly, and again, it brings up the conversation that, not always is King of the Hill situation going to work in your favor. I mean, that was just clearly evident with T2K's play right now.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
True. That's true. And that just, just comes down to one more conversation. That's going to be damage of the teams as for what it has been, right? When you talk about some teams that actually did brilliant, we can see them. But again, if you're good, last time, Skylightz had 0 damage. I still remember previous Sanhok, they had 0 damage, 0 kill. This time it's D, and that too, you can blame the water rotations in this one.
Yeah. That's
it's
the
a
only
really
thing
big gamble.
That's the only thing to blame. Like, same thing happens to both these teams. Like, they were trying to rotate in the water, and someone saw them, and the entire team got wiped out.
That kind of just gets me to one thing, and that is, see, I get it. Sometimes the situation might just be against you, but talking about this one, right? 1952, almost 900 damage coming up for 1 kill. Just think about the amount of fights they would have been in, and they could have had those kill points otherwise for themselves. But again, coming back to that one, I get it. You might be really, really far away from the circle. You have to just move inside the circle. Well, teams can actually devise a way. You have guns. You can go for the fights.
Yep, that is true. And that has been showcased some perfectly synergistical plays from these teams. Now, that, of course, does bring a different change of the story itself, because the points that they walk away with help them out quite a lot. And eventually, they are going to be walking away with a lot of money as well. So it is really competitive right now.
Ooh, look at this.
points.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. DE, APES, Stalwart. All right, Stalwart's on 6th.
Yeah.
They have a chance to get into the top 5 today.
And 1952 as well. 134, you can make that jump quite easily.
I'm loving these two teams. You know, the only teams from their region right now and playing amazing.
Oh, yes.
DE, they are here with 149. Well, there's a slight point difference, 170, 149. But talking about Zeus, that's at 170, 11 points. DRS,
Yeah.
one game to just, you know, settle up one thing, and that is tomorrow's momentum, how they want to start it.
Also, if we are focusing on the teams specifically, I mean the solo teams representing their region, Stalwart Esports in 1952, I want to take a moment to compare Stalwart Esports and compare the kill point and place point ratio to every single team in the top 8. It is just incredible the way this team is able to keep themselves in such a wonderful position just off of the level of aggression they bring into this tournament. This team is really deadly in a 4v4 situation.
T2K has had, you know, with this one, they are looking really good. But all right, let's talk about this one.
Yeah.
Late Esports. They have 2 chicken dinners still at the second half. That just means their good games, yeah, they are good, but their bad games are kind of just, you know, failing them to get those points that are needed otherwise.
And they had a lot of them. That's the thing. Lady
Yeah.
Esports, I believe, they came a little too late into the battlefield. It started yesterday, and since then it has been an on and off again sort of a situation with Lady Esports, where in a few maps we see them pop off really hard, but then the next one they are taken out quite early on. So it is the day one's performance for this team, not just them. It is day one's performance for INV, SD and Nightmare as well that is keeping them on the lower half of the standings. But even now,
My question,
yeah.
High Voltage, Skylightz Gaming.
oh yeah.
I don't, because Skylightz Gaming, previous PMPL, they won that PMPL with the other name, obviously. High Voltage, with the likes of Assassin, we know this team is capable.
So are so many others, right, in the lobby, but eventually it is the storyline that we are left to deal with, simply put, so are the fans, sadly enough. But again, let's not go down that rabbit hole, because eventually when you do talk about these things, there are opportunities being created every single game. We've got one more game remaining. Let's move on with the schedule. That is going to be taking us back to the map of Erangel.
One game for today, and then obviously it's going to be, you know, 6 for tomorrow. That's a different story. But one game for today, it just means one thing, and that is, will DE again just, you know, get that hold of the top 3 for themselves? Will Zeus get a hold of the second position? Will DRS stay at the second position and would like to just, you know, be as close to Astra Academy? Or will Astra Academy even, you know, cement that gap once more? Like, lots of questions.
See, I said Lid Esports was going to do really well last game, and they were the first ones to be taken out. Well, sort of among the first few teams to be taken out, so I'm not going to take any names. But there are teams that I'm hoping perform really well, and it is definitely in the top 8 that I'm talking about the teams. But let's see how this game is going to go. I'm really excited.
Absolutely, it is certainly going to be an exhilarating game when it comes down to the energy. The energy is definitely on par when it comes to the entire lobby. With that, let's jump into the game with the duo that are, of course, going to be taking us through this. It is none other than the Panda Bros. That is Necro and Pain Fixes.
Thank you so much. And one final game before we call it a night. And I mean, we are gonna head back to Erangel, of course. Now, we've been scoffing T2K a lot that they haven't been really able to get the chicken dinner. They just shut us down. But right now, you know, throughout the course of the entire evening, right, we've not had any repeated winners.
Yeah,
so,
we did.
are you expecting one new more team?
I mean, look, man, okay, there's a lot of teams that haven't gotten chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah.
But there's a reason behind it why they have gone it. And each team has different reasons. We don't really want to get in depth about it. But then now if we talk about teams like Zeus, Astra, and DRS, pretty close to each other. The competition on top 3 is like they're fighting against each other. Literally at this point in time, they're probably like, I don't know, they're going to be enemies in real life as well. Let's be honest. It's just so heated up. Like, I understand this game is going to be so important for them to set up the course for the last day. The final day is, of course, the most important one. So I feel like this final game, man, Zeus.
Alright, Zeus is what you've called for. Maybe. But you know what? I really want Stalwart to just get this one. I mean, the boys have been struggling a lot. They've been getting those kills. And this time, you know, getting very, very close to the chicken dinner. But barely just missing out. And taking a look at the flight path trajectory, will definitely favor the course because military base is right passing by. But then again, you know, if I have to ask you about speculations pertaining to the circle, where do you think it's gonna go this time?
Look, this plain flat path is really good, dividing the map between two halves, and teams are definitely not going to be having a lot of problem going there. So I feel like this might be a centralized circle. What do you think, sir?
Centralized circle, I believe it can happen, but I really want to see something different, you know. Again, maybe a certain circle like you love it. Maybe that, or maybe a completely southeastern circle. It's been really ages since we last casted a Novo Rep circle, right? I mean, Astra Academy will definitely enjoy themselves. But you know, then again, we were talking about that segregation finally being formed, where you have the upper echelon being differentiated from the rest. Now, Deadeye's at 149 and Zeus at 170. So almost just 21 points. But if Deadeye's also managed to get a chicken, they might just come back right in. But Zeus, I think the kind of form that they are in, I don't know. I don't think they're not gonna. I don't think they're rather gonna let any team go above them anymore.
Without a doubt. I mean, look, third position is like top 3 is the most important position, right? Especially when you're on the hanging cliff, when you're just on a cliff hanging down. You want to save your life for sure, and this is what Zeus is going to be doing. They're not going to let any other team to like get a breather unless they're going to be keeping the fielding tight as much as possible. Well, things are not looking tight for Mark there.
Again, Carmageddon's happening right off the match. The last Erangel that we also did cast, we did witness some bizarre moments out there. Of course, Blade being the victim, but this time 7C. Alright, now considering how the circle has really panned out, again, what we are really having in front of us is a hybrid circle, because we ourselves do not know where it is going to shrink towards the very end. But we've seen a lot of action coming around that Rozhok area. But maybe for a change, I really want to see something happen around Ruins.
That's for sure. But now you talked about the Nova Rupnoy circle, you haven't seen it. I mean, that just refreshed my memories, you know, in the PMPL Season 2 in the finals. If you remember, the first game was actually a military circle, and that panned out in Nova Rupnoy containers. And ASL, which was a Brep Slayer back then and now is Skylightz Gaming, they won that game. But Skylightz Gaming is definitely missing that click this time.
Exactly, and that's the exact reason why I said it feels like ages. Yeah. They've never really made themselves felt anymore. You know, because earlier on you have abrupt slayers coming in, getting those chicken dinners. We were all praises for them. But now, I mean, something has completely gone wrong. They need to fix it apart. But now, Coco also falling down. A disastrous start for Nightmare.
Well, Nightmare. It seems like they're having a lot of nightmares at this point in time.
Yeah.
Even their sleep will be pretty much stolen away with such kind of a performance. Here we have Ken lobbing in some nades in that building. Do note there's one player of 1952, and that's a bad idea to run away in front of your enemies.
Yeah, never show your back. Put that fight on, and 1952 really not having the kind of a start that they would have wanted for themselves, considering, you know, how good they were yesterday. Somewhere down the line, I think we might have just jinxed it, because, you know, the kind of a performance that the boys were putting up on the board, I really felt, I mean, they could have been in the race for top 3. I mean, they still are. You still have gotten more 6 games after this, but they all have to be really consistent. Now, considering how they've been playing, that looks like a bit far-fetched, maybe?
That definitely does. Well, I mean, again, man, look, the same thing happening here, but Nima from DRS separated out from the rest of the lads there. Unfortunate stuff.
Yeah.
Which I feel like he's trying to go back, and yes, he is, through the ways. And here we have Memo, well, running somewhere over there.
I mean, I love technology, you know, one of the best parts of it. Let me tell the viewers about it. Now, we aren't gonna miss any single moment. You know, there are times when battle royales, you know, fights tend to happen elsewhere. But now let's say we see a kick-ass bolt action shot. Maybe if we get that moment, and it will be covered. It will be covered. It will be shown on those replays, and that's why you know, lately we've been seeing a lot of bolt action shots now, and that's maybe that might just be the return for the bolt action meta. Or I'm just speaking to myself? on that one?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't feel missed out anymore. I don't feel left out anymore. And shout out to our production crew for that.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, they have been doing a fantastic job, and they do deserve some attention, guys.
Yep. And but DRS. Now the storyline is sort of revolving around them. Now coming in as the champions and having that really bitter rivalry with Zeus, they are actually catching up with them. Now not a lot of points separate Zeus and DRS, and precisely it's going to be just 11. So do you think by the day can Zeus take that second spot?
They can. I mean, look, only like 11 points different,
Yeah.
not much. One game easily covered Zeus. But on the other hand, if DRS has like the game of their life in this game, then, I mean, it's going to be so close with Astra, man. And they're going to be kicking their legs after that one if this game is going bad for them.
Maybe. SD though. How do you feel about this team, really coming in at the 15th position? We did see them in the last game of Erangel. They did try to go a bit bold, right? They did make those bold moves, went in for those fights, but were instantly shut down. Now, gotta see as to how they approach this one, because their entry inside the circle is pretty much clear. No one really obstructing their way. But we've got that cluster sort of building up onto it. It's the eastern side of the map. Now, Skylightz Gaming. Gotta see as to how they perform in this one, because no matter how much we say, they just have those few games where they play those really amazing games of PUBG Mobile, and the rest they sort of mess it up. But yesterday in that final game, I think they did get those 15 kills, so might really want to end the day on a happy note, perhaps?
Exactly, of course. I mean, you always want to end those days, on a happy note, just like DRS did on the first day, if you remember.
Yeah.
On a good note, gaining that first lead for themselves. But hey, Godless, man, continuing the domination in the game. God himself, as I like to call him. But look at this. Pika walking right in the trap of TDK. Well, I mean, he's smart as well. He's a player from Astra Academy. What do you expect?
I can see this fight from miles away. I do not understand why T2K are doing this. And I also need to process as to why Astra Academy are going from that area time and again.
They have
now,
guts.
But then again, that being said, Godless, he's been taken down.
Well, we missed that there, but here we go. Pika, man, did not expect it. TDK to just camp that out. I like how TDK stayed, like, completely silent till the whole moment. Like, trigger discipline was on point from these lads. And Astra Academy will be brought down to knees from that.
Now, one good thing, though, I mean, of course, they've lost out on one of the players. But Astra Academy, the remainder of the players now do know that T2K is waiting for them. Maybe he was just a scapegoat out there. But, well, yeah, I mean, call him a scout, but in this situation, he literally had to give up his life, ensuring the fact that there is actually T2K waiting for them on those, bridge areas. So, of course, now considering the fact that Astra Academy will be moving in from that military bridge, so it is going to be a rather late rotation inside the zone. But Stalwart, I really love how they've taken that center of the circle, going in, finding their spot just between Skylightz Gaming and 7C.
Look at the splash of color in the center of the map. Here we go. A little bit of northern circle shift, but still, at least favoring the lads in the center. PN Crew is definitely going to be happy because they do like to drop towards those shooting range in Severny area, so they shouldn't really be having a lot of problem. And also, one more good thing for PN Crew is that they can take over that hill control. And this is the fight that we actually missed. Godless got taken down by that. What? That was a beautiful movement right there.
The way he zigzagged in that particular moment, that was really beautiful. And, coming in from a team like IMD, I think that's a bad news for Team Zeus. But right now, Skylightz Gaming have their sights set on towards the players of 7C. Memo He's trying to take a few shots, rather, you know, his vehicle being blown up. Now, considering how the circle has shifted towards the northern side, now, history is a testament of the fact that DRS love to rotate from the northern side, from Yasnaya. So maybe it might just possibly a game where DRS might just get the chicken dinner coming in for themselves, but Skylightz Gaming, they're finally moving in. Memo, he's got a hold all by his lonesome, but how on earth is he gonna do that, as Shari will be, of course, getting that kill over here from Smokey. Now, Memo's definitely dropped a nade, and he's gonna cook another one. He spotted out Demon. If that's a low toss, can successfully get the knock, but there you go.
Seamless aggression from the lads of Skylightz Gaming there. Nade Lobting doing some damage to his own teammates. Hopefully, I mean, thank God he didn't knock him out. That could have been a pretty embarrassing moment for Skylightz Gaming, because they're already down bad, and you do not want to be more down bad than you are already, especially if you're a team like Skylightz Gaming. On the other hand, Frankie, taking down the bike, kind of dancing out the door. It's fine. It's fine. Even the bike is having a great time, just like we are.
I think the bike is looking for some cover, because, you know, it's scared. So many gunshots being fired.
That's
all right.
Beautiful.
All right.
It's like, I feel like...
It's going to blow up. Imagine Hustler just blowing up. That. If he falls down, I'm done. But that being said, the second airdrop has indeed come down, and it's Sanhok.
The EAG on the board, the Beamer, as I like to call it. But is it necessary to go for that weapon? I would say no. You got the M416 and 6X. It's fine. It works pretty much the same.
I mean, considering we've seen Zeus really going in for the drops, I mean, I would not really be surprised if I see one of those players having that AUG. But look at Astra Academy. I mean, they are very stubborn. They will definitely go
they definitely are.
And now I think they've somehow got to deal with APES, considering they're also making a run inside the zone. But what I really like is the periphery of these southern areas. The edges are quite clear. They can at least go for that. But like we had anticipated, DRS going for that northern shift might just encounter PN crew while traversing around.
They might. Well, DRS always like to take those kind of like tricky rotations. They don't really go directly in the circle. DRS is a team that just, you know, kind of wiggle wobbles their way, just finds new way to go inside, which is understandable, but sometimes it doesn't work out. On the other hand, we have Zeus, who just rocket ship inside the circle.
Yeah, they don't care anymore. I think this is what Zeus needed to get into their own element. Now, with Godless, we might see that aggression. With Godless, you know, out of the picture, we might see that aggression a bit controlled. But that's exactly how I want Zeus to be playing. But look at the shift over here, Necro. It's gone directly towards the northern side. Now, PN crew and DRS are the happy bunch of people just waiting for all the teams to come in and get those kill points.
I also want to bring your eyes to that TDK is now down to just that one last man alive. It's Jane. The team that won the previous game is now down bad early this time. I mean, it do happen, you know. Sometimes bad moments do happen. But here we have Xiao and Icy kind of spotting out the lads of Lit there. He definitely has heard that buggy near that compound, and there's no way they're aggressing. I mean, this is the classic Zeus that we know. And how do we expect them to hold their horses? Just let's be honest.
And the nades being lobbed in, and here comes the push. I see already taking a massive chunk out of him. And Sion with that Molotov will make sure that Wanu does not escape alive. But Zivi, we can see him. He does have the cover from the stones. But he's got to play it really safe, because right beside him is also another squad progressing. But Zion has to make sure that the vehicle is safe. But instead, he is aggressing. He wants to take the fight against LID.
What? These men have some balls of steel, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they're not scared of anyone. But from the right line, Deadeye's kind of trying to put a little bit of pressure onto them, you know, just hold their nerves down. But Zeus, though, still pretty much safe. Some players are down to low HP, but it doesn't matter. It seems like they just don't care for their lives anymore, because they won this last game in their hands with a banger performance.
You know, this rivalry between Zeus and DRS is just getting interesting. And this is how we wanted it, you know, the climax, the storyline, DRS or Zeus. I mean, of course, Astra Academy is a notch above. We're not gonna, you know, have them in this picture until and unless, you know, Zeus really get those points running in and give Astra Academy a run for the championship title night. Right now, you've got Sanjir from Team APES. Now, this is one of those teams that did, you know, go in for that late rotation, but somehow have found themselves a spot inside inside the circle, and having that bridge to themselves always gives that extra bit of a possibility to catch a lot of other teams that are trying to get inside the circle in those final moments. But ST, however, find themselves in a kerfuffle against the players of Stalwart.
Exactly. Kaye down to such low HP, barely makes it down back in the cover in the nick of time. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports as well, aggressing the lads of ST again. Seems like they're not going to be stopping their aggression anytime soon. In this final game, we're seeing quite a lot of teams being aggressive, and this is what we like to see. DRS, on the other hand, instilling a lot of pressure on the lads of Stalwart Esports. They're caught off guard, and look at them. He just reversed the buggy right in front of them. He's like, okay, there's no way in front. There's no way I'm going to make it. I have to go downhill.
Pick a target, for Christ's sake. I mean, multiple switching, I think that sort of resulted in DRS not even finding a single knock. Had they stuck onto one of those players, but you know what? I would love to take a look at the map feed considering how the circle has transitioned, and Team Zeus, lo and behold, right at the center.
And right on the care package as well, baby. I want to see what that care package contains. I mean, hey, look. Hopefully it has the girls, you know. I mean, I want to see them, you know, just use that gun and just completely decimate the lobby. We have seen this in the past as well, just shredding those lads out. It has the M249. Hey, look, it's not a bad gun, of course. Not a bad gun, but I mean, hey, you can go and take it, maybe try and catch some buggies off guard who are rotating, some vehicles, just some rotations.
It's not a bad gun. It's basically trash right now after the, you know, update that they've done to the fire rate.
Wow,
it's unusable.
Oh, no.
It is. Change my mind if you can, but that kind of fire rate, I think even the AMP might have a better one at that. He still does know. I think they just want to make a mockery out of all the teams. They don't care what is inside of it, but yeah, they would still go for that. But right now, PN crew, having spotted the players of 1952 C minor, I mean, that's not how you're supposed to drive a vehicle. So slow. You gotta press that booster out there. Just make the movements in as DRS finally just hitting it onto where the players of LIT. But no, Hoshwan is ready, and he will just blow them into smithereens.
DRS gets absolutely decimated and easily countered this time. Lit putting DRS back in their place, and they're like, you cannot just push against us like that. You need to come up with a better strategy. We're not just some random teams that you're trying to go up against. Lit! What an incredible way to shut down a team like DRS.
Yeah, of course. I mean, DRS did not really anticipate, did not really see that coming from miles away, which is, again, a good news for Team Zeus. They still have 3 players secure. They still have gotten already those 3 crucial kill points. So that's definitely going to help their purpose. But right now, considering how teams are just aligning inside the zone, how they're getting their bodies in, it's going to be really interesting to really see who gets away with that chicken dinner. But look at DEADEYES, you know, having all 4 of their players alive, one of them being knocked out, of course, but they're still, you know, getting those kills done for them, have managed to revive Hungry Box. And we do know the kind of, you know, survival instincts that player puts on the board. But that being said, Magnet, however, manages to knock down White.
Does, but look at this. DEADEYES so close to the lads of Stalwart Esports. Their position has been given away. It's not anonymous anymore. Suyuk getting kind of suppressed from the back lines. Crypto is the man separated out, and here we go. The good car McLaren. Whenever I see that car, I just go speechless for some reason.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, it makes you feel poor. But either ways, you know, DEADEYES in a bit of a pickle. Suyuk surviving by his lonesome, very, very away from his teammates. He's got to do something, maybe McLaren to the rescue over there. But Crypto, I really like the kind of flank angle that he's got. And if he does his sprays right, I think he can just blow Suyuk apart. And indeed, he's taking those shots, but no! Leon!
He should have switched the seats on the right side and then hopped out. But he hopped out from the driving seat. This is what cost his life. Small mistakes like that, DEADEYES. And you are down now. Unfortunate moment. CEO cannot be retreated back. And if On Top tries to make it to him, it's pretty much going to be a done game for him as well, because he will be exposing his body for a while and other teams can just track him through the smoke.
Yeah, they certainly can. Now, this is not how Deadeyes really anticipated this fight. They were way too much in the open, to be honest, over there. Had they had a bit more of cover, they could have got that leveling playing ground to kind of contest. But now all they have to prioritize is on getting those crucial position points, considering the kind of performance that we are witnessing from them right now. But they somehow will go for Suyog because they do know that he is an amazing fragger. They need him to get those kills done for themselves. But Stalwart just, surviving on those edges, living it circle to circle. Right now, we'll have to somehow get in. But 1952 seem to have spotted the players, and any single moment they're going to engage.
A lot of mags being unloaded. We do hear a lot of gunshots going down in the distance, but nothing really critical happening on the map. Just kind of suppressing shots, just to keep teams suppressed in their position, not to let them peek out and catch anyone off guard. On the other hand, PL Legend taking down Action from Astra Academy. That's a massive frag, the top kill leader.
Yeah, now that's definitely something that Astra Academy would not really be happy about. But the nade galore is on as Blade will lob one more, but is it going to make the distance? That's the big question. But either way, Crypto has managed to find on top in the process, and this is where Stalwart need to go in with a push.
Stalwart, props to them the way they're playing the situation out. Even though they have a massive disadvantage of that downhill situation, they're still doing a good job keeping Deadeyes on their knees. And for that, Deadeyes is not even stepping their boundaries, They are kept in their limits. And I have to give props to that for Stalwart Esports. Johnny and Crypto, this duo should stay alive till the end. If they do, they can make a lot of things happen. And here we have them just aggressing against the last of Deadeyes. Fearless aggression from these two men. But finally, Johnny goes down. But the enemy team's position has been revealed as well. Shifu's position is not uncompromised anymore. His position has been compromised. Crypto finds the right moment to strike, but no, he gets taken down as well. One last man alive from them. Blade closes the entire squad of Deadeyes out, and that's going to be Stalwart Esports coming out on top in that fight.
I would have really appreciated if had he sort of reset himself, I would have loved if he had stuck to the Buril spray over there, but it is what it is, as High Voltage are really nearby LIT, as 1952 are just getting the better out of Stalwart, and if they kind of knock Crypto out of the game, then it's going to make things even more gruesome for Stalwart. But right now, I think they're going to get that safe revive. But we've got to see as to how they're going to get into inside the circle. That's a big question, considering now Zeus again enjoying themselves the circle and all the attention that is going to come their way. And this team is always prepared, aren't they?
Exactly. Just like a thief in the night, stealing those kills away in 1952. Well, we have Apes right on their right lines, pretty close to them though. And look at this, High Voltage is right next to the lads of Lit. The whole squad is alive though. As I was talking about, the tacticality of High Voltage has kept them alive till this game. But they are pretty desperate for a chicken dinner. If they lose out on this game, only 6 games left tomorrow. Not a lot of games, man. And the comeback is possible. But you will have to get like 4 chicken dinners in a row, back to back, and with a good amount of kills, which is, I feel like, impossible.
Yeah, that's sort of an ideal situation that they would have wanted. You've got to be an optimist person. But right now, considering how the situations have panned out for High Voltage, that looks really overwhelming to, target for those 4 chicken dinners. But Assassin is keeping the hopes alive as he's taken down Push one in the process. We'll also get that confirmation. But Charshain making those movements, just proning right in front of Assassin. And he knows there's some action, but he spots that grenade being lobbed out and will give Assassin a taste of his own medicine as he takes him out of the picture. But with that being said, Zivi just trying to get inside the zone, just rather encircling his vehicle around as he's getting heavily pressured in. But look at Charshain through the smoke, manages to find Coney off guard and will take him down, as Cloud and Extreme are the last 2 surviving members that remain for High Voltage.
Cooney as well, kind of out the equation there. Assassin lost his life in that process. Now Cloud here wants to get the res back onto Cooney. He has that entire area smoked up. But it seems like Lit want that smoke. They're not just going to let High Voltage go away that easily. Nades lobbed in from their side. Kill being confirmed. Cloud down to such low HP. Extreme spots one man out, but he's out in the open. It doesn't matter. Zevil takes him down instantly. The trades are there left and right. Uzi, though. You were talking about this Uzi, like people are preferring Tommy Gun over Uzi. But yet, hey, look, this man is still using that Uzi.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an individual choice, right? But, you know, on the bigger picture of things, Uzi meta, I think it's going to go off pretty soon. But right now, ZV just continuing that spray.
Oh,
Does
no!
manage to take him down though.
So unfortunate.
But eventually ending up succumbing to his injuries from the circle. But in the meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming have really closed the distance on towards Zeus. And seems like they want to pick a fight.
They want to pick up a fight. Sport taking an exit from the game. Only 4 teams left. And take a look at the circle shift as well, kind of favoring the lads from Skylightz Gaming, you know, pretty close to them. Zeus will have to make a lot of things happen if they want to get inside the circle. Do have that little bit of rage over there right in front of the eyes. And they might just challenge a fight against the lads of Skylightz Gaming. But Joker, I feel like he has his eyes locked. But Icy snuck past through him.
Yeah, he certainly did, but right now the shots are coming, and this is where you've got to scoff that Uzi. Had it been a Tommy, it would have been a knock already there. But you know, I had to bring that up, didn't I? But now, Joker. Well, this is a moment where, you know, Team Zeus is at their weakest because they're dealing with multiple squads at the same time. All dealing with 952, and Icy dealing with Skylightz as Shari is taking some damage, but somehow is still clinging on. And now Zeus completely diverting their attention as Zol has fallen, and they are making a retreat.
I don't understand. Zeus did so much damage to Skylightz Gaming and still managed to retreat back in, you know, safely. It just kind of boggles my mind there. Zol went down in that process from the lads of 1952, still alive in the game. 2 players, decent positioning from their side. C-Miner finally waking up and trying to make a rotation inside the circle. Do know it's a pretty critical situation for them. And here we have Ably kind of sticking the res onto Zol. If they want to move in, they're going to move in with a duo. Named right next to Icy. Nothing can be done with that. 1952 is challenging a big mammoth team like Zeus there. And I feel like this might just be Skylightz Gaming's chicken dinner.
This certainly can be the dinner that they're waiting for. And yes! He gets that. The kills confirmed on Zeus as they bow out. And there you go.
Finally.
Skylightz Gaming. They had been this close to a chicken dinner yesterday, but today the boys finally get it home, and what a sigh of relief. And Chari, he must be happy about that.
I was literally talking about some past memories, and I said they did get the chicken dinner in that Miramar map, in that Erangel map, and they got a chicken dinner here. Is this a coincidence? I mean, yes, this is a coincidence for sure, but I mean, what are the odds of that?
No, I'm really not good at maths and probability, but what I'm really good at is going for breaks. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a leave as, of course, after this, the analyst test is going to come and break the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. This is day number 3 that has just reached the end with the matches that were supposed to be played. But with that, we are looking at the lobby, and the lobby is every single game changing across, changing the pace, and all of it is thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. With that, let's move on to Johnny and Ocean Sharma. Well, Skylightz is certainly outshining.
Yeah, they're coming back, and this was needed. This was more than needed for them.
More than certainly, because again, when you talk about those points, they are a bit fleeting away from SG, right? But move the conversation towards the MVP. This is where Lit Esports chimes in.
Shashin coming up. And this is kind of the old Shashin that we know, right? 4 kills, 563 damage, 22 minutes plus survival time, 1 assist and 74 healing done. And of course, given the fact that the circle was throwing so many curveballs around the players, well, that's a decent healing.
Also, I mean, Lit Esport, they did something incredible in this game. We know when the circle is heading towards the side of Savernion, anywhere the northern side of Yasnaya, the northeastern side of the map, DRS is a team that is known very well to dominate that part of the map. Lit Esports, they took them out, and look at this contribution from Jakshan, the assist. I mean, for his team right there. Yeah, he's a team player right there.
Definitely a team player that just, comes up here. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. But moving up forward with the conversation, Cryptos here, Abelys here, Josh and Leon from Skylightz Gaming. And Skylightz Gaming, well, they are starting up to pick the pace. I hope it's not too late. I hope tomorrow they just, do even better, because this was incredible. Tomorrow, well, maybe surprises await us.
Maybe, I mean, they still have 6 matches left, so maybe in those 6 games they can try and fight their way into the top 5 if they play flawless games, that is. But, I mean, it is going to be really, really tricky, although, again, whenever the momentum gets picked up, you have to make sure that you take it to the end of the tournament, which is quite close, since tomorrow it's going to be the last day.
Definitely it is, but talking about the match summary, you can see almost 30, like 29 utilities used by Huojuan. That's a good number, and given the fact, again, we talked about the circle and the movements that Lit Esports was doing, it was kind of needed. Chari with 3 assists coming up for himself, ably with the highest damage, but still, it comes down to those numbers that, I know, Fixer says he just talked about it, right?
Well, he certainly did say that, but we love him. We love him on the earnest list. Let's move on with those numbers and bring up the match ranking, where it is, of course, Skylightz Gaming with 10 kills. 25 points is what this team's going to be walking away with.
Alright, so there was an 11-point difference, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I guess DRS had, what, 1 point?
Ooh, that is going to be so brutal. I mean, it is going to look really interesting, though. I'm going to wait till I see the leaderboard. I'm going to wait till that point. But now I want to talk about Stalwart Esports a little bit, because that fight close to the river, that was intense, and Crypto was the reason that his team was able to pick up a few kills over there.
But hey, kudos to 1952. They are picking up that pace again. Kudos to P and Crew. They are picking up that pace again for themselves. Lit, they did good. But talking about Zeus, right? The 16 points are going to be good. But moving on, 9 to 16, I'm pretty sure that's where we're going to be seeing those numbers just dropping down slowly and steadily. And that's where DRS, yes, 1 point. 1 point for DRS.
And one for Astra. I mean, the top 2 seem to be sticking together everywhere.
But Zeus, the leads coming up. The leads coming up. They are moving up forward. Well, Skylightz, they are moving up forward as well. This is gonna be interesting to look forward to.
Absolutely, 6 games. 6 games is what we've got tomorrow. And in that, of course, there will be a team that will move on the way to the top, or there will be a team that will be cementing a lead for themselves altogether, which again is a conversation altogether by itself.
Yeah, I mean, what is going to happen, only time will tell. Right now, I mean, it looks like it's still going to be a race between the 3 teams right there, DRS, Astra, and Zeus, but I mean, it's going to be intense.
It certainly is going to be. With that, let's have a look at the zones that were taking place when it came down to this game, thus bringing up the zone analysis conversation.
Everyone would have been thinking, right, the circle should go south or maybe onto those directions, so everyone was looking really comfortable around the school area, but as soon as the circle shifted, there was a 50-50% chance. Teams were kind of just rooting around Rozok. That's where DE was looking really comfortable. But after this one, look at this. After this one, as soon as Circle moves forward, that's where the fights happen. Astra Academy did go down in that one. DRS did go down in that one. And I'm pretty sure, after this, you were talking about that, right? Lit and DRS, the conversation.
So that is something that, I mean, DRS never expected it, because Lit Esports, the previous times we have seen a circle like this, Lit were always known to take the southern side of the shoreline and then move up through Rozok. This time they didn't do that. They moved up first, intercepted DRS, finished them off, and then went on to take control of the center of the circle.
But Zeus, most of the times they had that central line for themselves, and just as like, Necro likes to say, the care package was them, and the airdrop was just, dropping down to those areas, and they could have just utilized those things. They did in a few moments, but after that you'll see the southern cluster. I mean, not exactly the southern cluster, but from the sides of high voltage to the other areas, the teams that were outside, they had to just rush in to get the circle for themselves.
Well, I mean, one thing that was certain when it came down to this game was the amount of kills that the teams were part of, right? Right off the get-go, right off the bat, as soon as they dropped into the map, it was looking phenomenal. So now it is time to move on along and bring on the OPPO F19 Pro moments to take a look at once again.
There were,
this calls in, but that right. Well, I loved it. But moving up forward, I would say most of the fights that happened with the rushes and the guns, these kind. This is where you just try to showcase that you're ready to hunt down your opponents.
2 Erangels back to back have started off with vehicular assault right there, and This time, at least, the person doing it got away.
INV versus you know, this fight, I was not expecting that Godless would go down, but that did happen. And that too, you know, the jiggle movement that the player was doing, that was brilliant in its own self.
Yeah, and we were focused on just finishing off that off Godless as fast as they could. They did not want to take an opportunity or give their opponents a chance. And this was really intense between DRS and Stalwart right there. A really fun fight to witness. But then again, Lit Esports is finishing off DRS, splitting them up, and well, we know what happened next. Lit Esports just putting up an amazing performance.
Yeah, but after that, obviously, you know, the fifth circle did go down. This is what I was talking about, right? In the circle, you have to rush in, but there are your opponents that are gatekeeping those areas. So many fights just, you know, dropping down those 1v1 skirmishes and everything, but still, it just comes down to one thing, and that is, even if you are doing the damage, what is that different, you know, strategy that the opponent is just pulling out?
Sandesh does not care about anything. I mean, there's a crazy war going on between everyone, and he's driving over people. But I want to take a few steps back. Remember the fight that we witnessed about a minute earlier, ladies and gentlemen. That was DE versus Stalwart Flex. That was the fight that I was talking about, where Crypto actually positioned himself on the low ground, took down a few players of DE, and then went back to the behind the rock between the high ground, and Blade was forced to end the situation, finishing off the players of Deadeyes, guys. But then we move on to the later stages of the game, where Skylightz Gaming, they played the cards that were dealt to them, and they played it to perfection. That final fight out in the open, they know where everyone is laid out, and just picking off people left and right.
Exactly, and again, I mean, Zeus did definitely try and put up a little bit of an effort over there, but eventually that was also scattered away thanks to, of course, Skylightz Gaming. With that, talking about the damage, Mr. Graf, wow, interesting towers being created right now.
Yeah.
No, this is where it comes down, right? T2K, you look at this team. You saw what this team is capable of today in one game. And then T2K again just, you know, faltered down. So Skylightz, I don't know. So because, you know, we saw what this team is capable of in this one, I hope they do the same tomorrow as well. Otherwise, it might just be, you know, a one-game affair for them. So we would love to see what happens tomorrow for this team of Skylightz. But 1952, Zeus, well, today, I think when we'll be, you know, discussing the overall summary, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a Zeus for sure.
Most certainly, I mean, they are
agree,
climbing, and they've been doing that exactly throughout the day and keeping on point, keeping on with the rhythm that's been working for themselves. So, of course, let's queue up the overall rankings. That's going to be showcasing what bigger leap are we talking about.
Woo! 4 points. 4-point difference between Zeus Esports and DRS Gaming.
And that too, I don't know, tomorrow, Zeus might be the first team to reach a triple-digit kill mark.
Yeah. I mean, the team has been doing phenomenal, but DRS Gaming, this is a deadly team. You can never count them out. That's the thing.
That's the thing. But look at this. APES is moving up forward in top 5. All 3 Mongolian teams are there.
See, APES is moving up, but I again want to take your attention a little bit on the lower side of the leaderboard. Look at the point differences. 154 on APES, sitting on the 4th, and then we have PN Crew on the 8th with 142. A single game. You mess up a single game and your standing is gone.
Exactly, Johnny.
Along with the prize money.
And there are 6 games that are still
Yes.
remaining.
These two teams need a chicken dinner ASAP. APES and Stalwart.
Oh yeah.
They do, because they are the only team out there without a chicken dinner. That means they have consistency. They just need that one boost for themselves.
And Blotter, we are back to where we started. Back on, well, not square 1, but square 2, let's say. Because again, there's a difference between the top 8 and the bottom 8. We have 142 on the 8th position, and 9th we have Lit Esports with 124 points.
Well, the story is a bit interesting, because after all, when it comes down to the games, some games have been phenomenal for these teams on the lower half of the leaderboard, whereas some have just absolutely fleeted away from them. But along with that, another curve to talk about is going to be the MVP ranking, because there's $2,000 on the line over there, and Action is just killing it for the moment.
So for the first time, IC has more damage than Action. But the survival time and the kill number, that 40% and 20%, is not lining up at all.
Yeah, because the kills are, I mean, he's really ahead
I'll give
in
you
terms of the kills.
a really good start, right?
Yeah.
First day, you know, he had Action had 23 kills. First day. After that, in 2 days, he went to 42.
Yep.
We're talking about, right? This
Yeah.
guy can reach 80 kill number and everything because if he played the similar, that's not gonna
yeah,
happen
that's
now,
not gonna
obviously.
happen.
But I would love to see if he reaches 50 tomorrow and how much more can he just move forward.
Imagine if he plays like he played on day 1 again tomorrow.
Exactly. What if
Whoa.
Astra Academy, the entire lineup does?
Crypto's there, 30 kills. Crypto's looking good.
Crypto, I mean, everyone from the region of South Asia will agree this man is just awesome inside the matches with the sort of aggression that he brings, and it fits perfectly with the rest of his team as well. They enable him to do this.
True. And that again is so very crucial as well. When you talk about these teams, there needs to be that one lad who's going to be raining down lead, but on the other side, you do want to have that support, and that's what makes a synergistic team that Zeus clearly showcases, Astra clearly showcases.
Yeah, but you know, the stats talk, and the stats are saying that Crypto right now from his region is the best player.
Yeah.
You can see, you know, day in, day out, every tournament back-to-back, he has been performing. Astra Academy, we saw action just out there, but Zeus, whenever we talk about kill leaders, it's always these 3 players that just chime in.
They're always together.
Yeah, it's 3 names that just come down there. I mean, just think about it. For other teams, it's 1 player or maybe sometimes 2 players. Here, there are 3 players that are coming up. They are getting equal kill points. That's one thing I would say I like about Zeus and I don't like about Zeus, and that is they get those kill points. Placement points is something sometimes is, you know, they like to go only for the kill points.
Yeah.
Majority of the times, 80% of the times we've seen Zeus Esports be working towards the kill department that much more than the placement. But eventually, I mean, the way that cocktail is created within Zeus Esports is always worked in their favor. Because if they are on point with that aggression, they automatically end up getting those chicken dinners.
Exactly.
And, you know,
I mean, if everyone is dead, you are the last one surviving. And this game is about surviving till the end.
with that, of course, we've got the average survival coming up right here. And in that, we've got, once again, Astra's player top.
Everywhere. This team is just everywhere. Yes. MVP rankings, overall team leaderboard, overall leaders by average survival time. Top is the one who takes it. But I mean, we have his teammate Action, who is the first position on the MVP leaderboard, on the third over here, and not too far behind as well.
I would say he's in top 3. That's all that matters, right? He's
Exactly.
here as well. He's in top 3. So overall, it's good. But Zeus players were also out there. So altogether, it just comes down to one thing, and that is these players know what they're in for. They know their business, and that's right now. They are at the second. Tomorrow, I would love to see when these two teams go head-to-head against each other.
Exactly. Oh boy, oh boy. This is going to be an intense battle. But to summarize the day, let's talk about the day summary. And again, I mean, what teams are we good? See, this is a better fanned-out approach, I would say.
I'll tell you one thing. After first day,
right?
Zeus had these two stats for themselves.
Yes.
Second day, Zeus had the best day.
All of it.
Today Zeus has these two stats for themselves. Tomorrow is the
today
last
they're
day.
sitting on the second.
Tomorrow's the last day.
Whoa. That is quite a setup. That is quite a setup for the final.
I mean, the way Ocean just described it, it makes complete sense, and it's going to be well. You need to get into the pose.
I'm just there to talk about it.
Wow. But once again, I mean, when you do talk about that overall leaderboard, right, there is a humongous, not necessarily a humongous point difference, but the teams are getting closer, and 6 games is quite a lot.
Yeah.
To be able to get those points.
I mean, if you are on the second page of the standings, then no. But if you are one of those teams that are contesting probably for the second or the third, because we did talk about it, right? 4th to 8, it's still quite close. And those teams, if the team on the 4th position continues to have good matches in the next upcoming 6 games, then they will be able to contest the top 3 as well. So in that sense, yeah, it should be enough.
Well. This is turning into quite an interesting conversation and a wonderful turn of events right here at, of course, PMPL South Asia Championship. But only one day remains. And, of course, those of you sitting back at home, do not forget to showcase your love to all of these teams because they are bringing in some phenomenal plays. And along with which, of course, $150,000 is on the line. Well, enough banter, but boy, oh boy, it has been an incredible turn of events, like I said, thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag book up your fun. I've been your host, Bloro, joined in along with, of course, iSuper Johnny and Ocean Sharma as our analysts, saying sayonara, take care, we'll see you guys tomorrow.